you don't have to type to this ID. This ID is just me presenting the lecture. So to participate in when I ask questions and for your replies to answer the questions, you can actually type it to the ID SK. So yes, okay, yeah. So you can send a message to that ID so that it can be there in your chat box, and we can start the session. Okay. So it's a very I don't know how comfortable it will be, but we have no other option than to proceed in this manner. So we'll go about our session. So just give me a minute. I'm also getting used to it. Okay. Microsoft. I'm just trying to share my screen. I'm just working it out. Just give me 2 minutes. We'll start after that. Okay. Are you able to see my screen? I have shared my screen with you all. So are you able to see a whiteboard? Yes. Okay. You don't have to type to this ID. You can type it in the other ID, other chat ID. Okay. Okay. So we'll proceed with the class then. So we are in the process of discussing about local bodies, and we have seen uh, okay, to SK. Yeah, you have to type it to the SK. Yeah. So when you go through your textbooks, you will find a lot of committees given, right? You will have the first committee. Have you come across any committees? Can you name any few committees which suggested that local bodies should be made as a part of the constitutional scheme. Have you come across such committees when you had gone through your Lakshmikant? Did you come across them? Can you give me the name of one such committee? Right, Balwant Rai Mehta Committee, of course. And what else? Ashok Mehta, right. So GVK Rao, Singhvi Committee, you have a lot of committees, okay? But let me tell you, no question can be asked from Singhvi or GVK Rao. I don't think these are committees where there is a potential to ask questions, okay? But the committee where a lot of questions can be asked is Ashok Mehta's committee. And the reason why I say there will not be much questions asked from Singhvi or GVK Rao committee, but you have to go through them. But it's easy to read the committees. You don't have to memorize them, start from Balwant Rai, then go to Ashok Mehta. That is not the way to study the committees. You have to start backwards. How do you have to study? You have to study first. So you have to study the features of 73rd Constitutional Amendment Act. This is what you have to study first. Okay. So you know the features. The features are three-tier setup. So I'll ask you a question. Is it mandatory that we have to go for a three-tier setup? Is it necessary that only three-tier setup, district panchayat, mandal panchayat, gram panchayat, this is the only way to establish panchayats in India? Is it mandatory or something? Please don't type to this chat ID. I request you to type to the other one, to SK, not to this. Okay. We need a three-tier setup. Is that so? Is it mandatory? No, only if the population is greater than 20 lakhs. That is very correct. Only if a state has a population greater than 20 lakh, we have to go for a three-tier setup. So if you take Arunachal Pradesh, the total population is 6 lakhs. If that is the case, you don't have to go for a three-tier setup. Even a two-tier setup can be adopted. So which tier can you skip then? Two-tier means which tier can you skip? Can you skip Gram Panchayat? Is it possible to skip Gram Panchayat? Yeah, that's correct. Intermediate level, that Mandal Panchayat level can be skipped. You should have a district panchayat, you should have a Gram Panchayat. So this three-tier structure is a feature of 73rd Amendment Act. What are the other features? Reservations. This can be called as a feature of 73rd Amendment Act. A separate list of functions, separate funds, right? Reservation for SC, ST and women, correct? An independent election commission. Panchayats don't have judicial powers. Okay, this is the framework. You have this as a framework. Now you go backwards. 73rd Amendment Act 1992. You go backwards. Singhvi Committee, GVK Rao Committee. Then you go to Ashok Mehta Committee. Last go to Balwant Rai Mehta. So you will find most of these provisions of 73rd Amendment will be exactly the same in Rao or Singhvi Committee. Mostly it will be the same. Just how you have to read is you have to just read what are the point of differences. So let's say there was one committee which said that uh, we don't have to have three-tier structure. Two-tier structure is sufficient enough. Okay, two-tier structure is sufficient. We don't have to have panchayats at gram panchayat level, not necessary. Mandal and district, that is enough. Can you think which committee that could have been? No, not Balwant Rai Mehta. No, 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 no. It was actually Ashok Mehta. That's correct. Ashok Mehta committee. So this is a peculiar feature. Okay. Ashok Mehta committee said that gram panchayat levels we cannot afford to have working panchayat system. So that is why Ashok Mehta committee, because Gram Panchayat, very small population with 5,000, 10,000 people, it is very tough to find qualified manpower to do the Gram Panchayat functions. So we'll skip Gram Panchayat level, we'll go up to Mandal Panchayat, but not lower than that. So this is a peculiar feature which you will find in Ashok Mehta committee's recommendations. So which committee recommended judicial powers to be given in the hands of panchayats? Yes, any answers? Which committee could that be? Quick, quick, quick. Any answers? Very good. Yeah, it's same Ashok Mehta committee. So it means that you have read properly. So good. So that is the way to actually read. Yes. So these are the provisions. You know that. So which committee differed? Which committee said something else in contradictory? Okay. So which of the committee wanted elections of panchayats to be brought under the control of chief electoral officer of the state? Hmm? Instead of elections being done by the state department, state government, one of the committee wanted elections to be brought under the control of chief electoral officer, CEO, to have control over elections. So which committee could that be? So it means that the committee recognized that independent elections is not happening. There is a problem with election systems in panchayats. So that is why the committee wanted things to be brought under the CEO, right? So it gave a recommendation, which later slowly and it, see, the features of 73rd Amendment Act is a culmination of these committees' recommendations. So the best points of various committees were all taken, and it was made as a part of 73rd Amendment Act. Okay, so that way it's easy. You don't have to blindly memorize the committees. You look at the present structure of 73rd Amendment Act. I have told you everything that is required about 73rd Amendment Act, reservations, and I've just written out what are the various features, right? So based on that, you have a look at the different committees, you will be able to understand it easily. Okay. So that way, Ashok Mehta's committee is more significant than other committees' recommendations. So keep that in your mind. Okay. So we will move forward. We will move forward and we'll try to find out about municipalities, about urban local bodies. Okay. So did you go through your textbook yesterday? I'll ask you a question then. Extension of the provisions regarding panchayat in the constitution to the state of to the autonomous district council to the sorry, extension of panchayat provisions of the constitution to sixth scheduled areas. Okay, sixth scheduled areas in Meghalaya requires the approval of dash. What would be the answer? Extension of panchayat provisions in the constitution to the sixth scheduled areas of Meghalaya can be done by dash. Governor. No, wrong. Not governor is wrong. State government is wrong. Autonomous district council is also wrong. See, this is why it's easy to understand polity, easy to forget also. President is wrong. President is wrong. No. Why are you making a mistake? Did we not look at it yesterday? So let me share my screen. Let me show you what is the provision. Yesterday I had shown that to you. You are right partly. No PESA in sixth scheduled areas. You are 100% correct. But what does the constitution say? Who is authorized in the constitution to extend the provisions of panchayat to sixth scheduled areas? Who has the powers? Of course, it is parliament. Parliament is the right answer. Maybe parliament might have not till date passed a law like PESA. PESA is not applicable to sixth scheduled areas. I accept that. But the power to extend the provisions of parliament in the constitution to the sixth scheduled areas, that power is in the hands of, it is in the hands of parliament. Okay. I'll show you. I think it's just running. Can you see this? Is it visible? Yes. What is mentioned here? Look at subclause B of clause 4. Look at this part. Parliament may by law extend the provisions of this part to scheduled areas and the tribal areas referred to in clause 1. Okay, so the power is in the hands of parliament only. Okay, I'll ask you another question now. The power to extend the provisions of panchayats in part 9 of the constitution to the state of Nagaland is in the hands of dash. What would be your answer? If this is the question I ask you, then what would be your answer? Who has the power to extend the provisions of part 9 to the state of Nagaland? Why are you not answering? What is the answer? Tell me. Could you please repeat the question? So, how can the provisions of part 9 of the constitution, what is part 9? Part 9 is the provisions related to panchayats. So, who can extend the provisions of part 9 to the state of Nagaland? That is my question. Okay, I'll ask a different question. Is Nagaland, does Nagaland have any scheduled tribal areas of sixth scheduled tribal areas? Are there any sixth scheduled tribal areas in Nagaland? PESA Act, wrong. There are no sixth scheduled tribal areas, first of all, in Nagaland. Okay. So you know that. Okay, I'll ask a question in a different way. Can the parliament extend the provisions of Part 9 to the state of Nagaland? Can parliament extend the provisions of Part 9 to the state of Nagaland? Is it a correct statement or is it a wrong statement? You're right, Archana is right, but exempted from PRI provisions, but state legislature can decide. That's the correct answer. State legislature of Nagaland will decide. How will it decide? How will the state legislature decide? Hmm? What is the method? How will a state legislature decide that? Whether Panchayat Raj provisions of the constitution will apply to the state of Nagaland or not will be decided by state legislature of Nagaland. You are right. But what is the method to decide that? That is my question. What is the method? Yes, special majority. That's correct. A resolution must be passed in the state legislature supported by a special majority. Okay. I'll ask you another question then. The provisions of Part 9 of the Constitution can be applied to union territories. Is it correct or is it wrong? The provisions of Part 9 can be applied to union territories, can be extended to union territories. Will it be a correct statement? True. Okay, true, correct. That's a correct answer. So, who has the powers to extend the provisions of Part 9 to union territories? Who is the authority under the Constitution? Yes, very good. Very good. It's president. That's correct. You should be very clear, okay? For union territories, extending the provisions of Part 9, the power is in the hands of President. Fifth scheduled and sixth scheduled areas, extending the provisions of Part 9 lies in the hands of Parliament. Parliament will make a law. Parliament has till date extended the provisions only to scheduled areas of fifth schedule, not to the tribal areas under sixth schedule. The power to extend, okay, let me ask you another question. The power to extend the provisions of Part 9 to the state of Meghalaya lies in the hands of Dash. Tell me who has the powers? Okay, but do you think Meghalaya, does it have sixth scheduled areas or not? Sixth scheduled tribal areas? Are they present in Meghalaya? Yes or no? What is your answer? Does Meghalaya have sixth scheduled tribal areas? Yes, it has. So now, so my question right now is, who is competent to extend the provisions of Part 9 to the state of Meghalaya? Who can do that? Very good. State legislature. See, don't be, oh my God, why are you saying parliament? Why are you saying governor? Why do you say that? Hmm? Why do you say governor? Of course, governor can extend an act of state legislature to apply to the, I think you are mistaken. I think a lot of confusions here. For Kasi, Garo, Jaintia alone, parliament. That is very correct. That's a correct understanding. I'll explain to you. I think many of you have got really confused. See, this is state of Meghalaya. Okay. Meghalaya has what are called as three different, these are autonomous districts. Because autonomous districts have been formed because these are sixth schedule tribal areas. Okay. Only these three paths. Okay. So now I'll ask you different questions. Meghalaya state legislature is passing a law. Meghalaya state legislature is passing a law on prohibition of liquor or something. Okay. Who can extend that law to these autonomous district councils? Tell me the answer for that. Meghalaya state legislature is passing a law. Who has the power to extend that law to these autonomous district councils? What is the answer? It is the governor. That is the correct answer. Yes. A state law to be extended to the autonomous district councils, the power is in the hands of governor. Okay. Parliament is passing a law on maybe on livelihood or water conservation, something like that. Such a parliamentary law to apply to these autonomous district councils, who has the power to do that? Give me the answer. A parliamentary law. That's very correct. President can extend a parliamentary law. Very correct. So you are clear about these two aspects. Okay. My next question is constitutional provisions regarding to Part 9, that is regarding panchayats. Extending those constitutional provisions to these autonomous district councils. Who has the power to do that? It is Parliament, correct. Parliament can do it by a law. Okay. Extending the provisions of Part 9 of the Constitution to the state of Meghalaya, except these autonomous districts, to these parts. Who has the power to do that? Extending the provisions of Parliament, provisions of Constitution in Part 9 to the state of Meghalaya. Who has it? The power is in the hands of state legislature. Just like Nagaland, I have just told you now, right? Similarly, extending the provisions of Part 9 of the Constitution to the state of Meghalaya, the power lies in the hands of state legislature. State legislature has to pass a resolution supported by a special majority. Okay? You should be very precise, very exact about these provisions of the Constitution. Very tricky and high chances of making a mistake in the examination. Okay? So be very precise about this. So we'll move ahead. That's all. We'll move and we'll discuss about urban local bodies. Okay. Urban local bodies, they were created during the time of Britishers first, and various corporations, municipalities. So, do you know any idea about who gave the first thrust? Which viceroy had given the first thrust for the development of urban local bodies in India? Which viceroy was instrumental in creation of urban governance in India? Just to check your sense of history. Very good, very good. Mayo, Lord Mayo is the right answer. Lord Mayo was the first person who gave the thought, the seed of urban local government in India, which was further extended by Lord Ripon. So the seed was actually laid out by Lord Mayo. Okay. So under Lord Ripon, of course, a lot of urban local government bodies were all set up. Even today, if you go to the old corporations like Coimbatore, you will find British era buildings still there, where just like the Ripon building, you have buildings where in Coimbatore we have a building called as the Victoria, not a uniform phenomenon. Whatever Britishers had established, only that was existing. State governments, the same problems like panchayats were there for urban local bodies also. So the constitution enacted what is called as the 74th constitution. The parliament enacted what is called as the 74th Constitutional Amendment Act 1992, which created a structure for urban life statement. If I ask you this question, a three-tier structure has been created by the 74th Constitutional Amendment Act 1992. Is it correct? No. Okay. What about others? A three-tier structure has been created by the 74th Constitutional Amendment Act. Why do you say it's a wrong answer? Incorrect. Three types, not three-tier. Very good, very good. So I think you guys are really well aware of all these things. So that's very correct understanding, because when you read Lakshmikant, don't think that just because three different types of urban bodies have been given, it means three-tier. In panchayats, we call them as a three-tier structure because each authority functions under another authority. They are well connected with each other. See, in panchayat raj institutions, PRIs, you have a Zilla Parishad, then you have a Mandal Panchayat, then you have a Gram Panchayat. It's all connected. The planning for rural development starts from Gram Panchayat. The plans are given to Mandal Panchayat. Mandal Panchayat approves those plans, send it to Zilla Parishad. This is how three organs are connected. And if Gram Panchayat does not have the necessary technical skill, let's say Gram Panchayat does not have a diploma graduate or a junior engineer, it will be supported by Mandal Panchayat and Zilla Parishad. They will make plans. Let's say an Anganwadi center has to be constructed in a Gram Panchayat. Gram Panchayat will not be able to do that. You need to have a technical drawing. You need to have an engineer or a supervisor who look into the work. Gram Panchayat levels, it cannot happen. That is why it receives technical support from the other two levels. Okay. So there is a clear connect between these three levels. One comes under the other. So we call it as a three-tier structure in Panchayat Raj institutions. In urban local bodies, that is not the case. There is no hierarchy in the different bodies. I'll tell you what are those different bodies. First of all, let's learn how to visualize a district. You should know that. If this is a district, okay, so let's say Vellore, you take Vellore. In Vellore, you have a big city. Okay, this is Vellore city. So for Vellore city, you have urban local body, which is called as Vellore Municipal Corporation. Okay. For bigger areas, you have what is called as a corporation. Okay. Let's say there are smaller towns, tier 2 towns. Let's say this is what can be called as, this is maybe Ambur, maybe you take Ranipet. Okay, the Ambur town might have a population of 30,000, 70,000, 80,000, less population. You have so many such towns maybe inside this district of Vellore. This is district of Vellore. Inside that you have the city, Vellore city, which has a population of, let's say, around 1.5 lakhs or 2 lakh people. So for that city to take care of urban matters, administration matters, you have a body called as Vellore Municipal Corporation. And for smaller towns, you have a body to take care of urban administrative matters, which is called as municipalities. Okay, these are called as municipality. Ambur municipality, Ranipet municipality. You can even call them municipality, or you can even call them as municipal council. You can call by any of the names, municipal council or municipality. Designation might vary. Okay, there is a third category of urban local bodies created for even smaller towns. They are newly formed towns. And do you know how a place becomes a town? And first of all, okay, let me first somebody help me. How do you differentiate between a village and a town? What would be the yardstick for differentiation? Do you know how is a town differentiated from a municipality? Do you have any idea about it? Sorry, how is a town differentiated from a village? How do you do that? Town has a bus stand. Okay, bus stand will be created after a town is created. Okay, yes, very good. Primary versus secondary sector activities. That is a fundamental differentiating factor. That's very correct. If the majority of the population are involved in non-agricultural activity, means that the place has transformed from a complete village to a next level. Okay, majority of the population should not be involved in agriculture. That is the essential criteria. Population density and all is the next criteria. So this is the most important criteria. Okay, so there will be housing departments. There will be urban development departments in each and every state. So that urban department will notify a village as a town. The urban department will notify that this particular place has transformed from a village to a town. Okay, so since there is a notification, that is why. Uh, so when the town is created, for the urban administration of the town, the notification will also create a council for that purpose. Okay, a newly created town, in its notification, for the notification is where the town will be declared as a town. Okay, so in that notification, you will also have an urban body called as a council will be created for the purpose of that, for that, for that town. That is why these areas, urban administrative bodies, they are called as notified area council. So let's say there are some smaller towns, notified towns. Okay, so these are called as notified area council, or they can even be called as Nagar Panchayat, town panchayat. See, they were earlier a panchayat, now it has become a town. So they have a different body called as a Nagar Panchayat. Nagar means town, right? So it can be called as a notified area council, or it can also be called as a Nagar Panchayat, right? So this is the three different types of bodies which perform the functions of urban administration in these districts. So how you will have to visualize here is, you see this district, you have these three different types of urban bodies. So some noise is coming in between. Okay. Is that so? Is there some noise coming for others also? How is it now? Is it there even now also? Is it now clear? Can we proceed? Now, okay, okay, all right. So, so what you have to know is, so see, this is the district sketch, right? So every remaining area, all these remaining areas, right? All these remaining areas, it is in these areas you will have panchayats. So there will be small everywhere gram panchayats. Maybe this might be a block, and for this small gram panchayats, the block might have one mandal panchayat. A group of all these blocks will have, at the district level, you will have one zilla parishad. Okay, so this is the imagination. A district will have all these bodies inside. Okay, all right. So, so as you can see, there are three types of urban local bodies. The highest, the biggest of the urban local body in a district is called as municipal corporation. The next type of urban local body is called as municipality or municipal council. The third area is what is called as notified area council, or you can call it Nagar Panchayat. Basically, all three authorities will do the same function. Where are the functions given? Just like how 73rd Amendment Act had introduced 11th schedule, 11th schedule was introduced by 73rd Amendment Act, right? 11th schedule talks about the different functions of panchayats. Similarly, 12th schedule of the Constitution was introduced because of 74th Constitutional Amendment Act. Okay, so 12th schedule talks about the different functions of urban local bodies: urban forestry, fire services, fire management, public health and drinking water, sanitation, municipal functions. Okay, and maintenance of public libraries, that is a function of urban areas. Regulation of slaughterhouses, that is a function of urban areas. So you will have an entire list of urban functions which will be given in the 12th schedule, introduced by 74th Constitutional Amendment Act. Okay. So apart from that, if you actually look at the method of elections, and so elections is conducted by State Election Commission. This is just the same as 73rd Amendment Act. There is no difference. The tenure, everything is the same as that of the panchayats. So I don't want to discuss anything about the method of elections or State Election Commission or anything. Okay, eligibility criteria, everything is the same. Uh, so just like how you have a gram sabha in panchayats, right? You have gram sabha in panchayats. In municipalities, you don't have any such popular assemblies, popular areas where people will participate. You don't have any such thing. Only for corporations alone. Okay, only for municipal corporations, not for municipalities, for notified area councils, you don't have any such popular bodies. But when it comes to corporations, you have a body called as ward committee. This ward committee will have people of that ward. For the purpose of elections to corporation, the entire corporation is divided into wards. Okay, small wards. A ward may have 1,500 people, 2,000 people, something like that. So the wards will have the entire people of that ward will be a member, will be the members of that ward committee. So they can discuss about the problems of their wards. So this is applicable only in the case of municipal corporations. When it comes to reservations, it is the same reservation principle like panchayats, SC/ST, proportion to the population, and chairperson, minimum 1/3 of the seats. Sorry, not 1/3. When it comes to chairperson, it is dependent on the population as well, but as per the population of SC/ST in that particular state, those principles are same. Reservation with respect to women, everything is just the same. There is no difference at all. Okay. Next is with respect to members. See, you have municipal corporation, then you have municipality, then you have Nagar Panchayats. right? So there are no elections for municipalities. No, 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 no. Elections will be held. That is what I'm saying. So these are members. Then you have chairpersons, right? So how are members filled? All members are filled through direct elections. Let's have a look at the constitutional provisions. There shall be constituted in every state Nagar Panchayat. Can you see it? Okay, you can see that. Nagar Panchayat for a transitional area. It can be called as a Nagar Panchayat. It can be also called as a notified area council. For a smaller urban area, it's called as a municipal council. For larger area, it's called as a municipal corporation. Okay. So, yes, a transitional area, how is it categorized? It is all done by the state government by notification, population density, with respect to employment and yeah, that's the same thing which I have just mentioned to you. Okay. Composition. What is given here? Composition. Municipality, all seats in the municipalities. Wait, let me just minimize this side of. All seats in the municipality shall be filled by save as provided in clause 2. Okay. So, what is there in clause 2? The state legislature may by law provide for representation in municipality of persons having special experience or knowledge in municipal administration. Okay. And these people, persons having special knowledge or experience, I was working for some time as a municipal commissioner. So there we had doctors of that government hospital inside that municipal area. So they will be members because the state legislature provides membership for these people also. Okay. And in addition, you'll also have the local MLA, local MP. They're also part of these bodies, urban local bodies. Okay. And member of Council of States, members of Legislative Council of the state, all right. And then chairpersons of the committees constituted under clause 5 of article 243. Yes, I told you wards committee. For corporations, you will have wards committee, and the wards committee, it will have the members of that particular wards. So you will also have you can also have chairperson of each and every ward committee. Okay. So the chairperson of the ward committee will also be a member of municipalities, but all that is not standard. These are optional. These are left to the discretion of the state legislature. The state legislature can decide who all it has to make as members of urban local bodies, members of municipalities. So it can provide for people with special experience like doctors, because they are very much an important part of municipal administration, because they treat a lot of patients, so they know if an epidemic is spreading out or not. So usually doctors are becoming doctors of the government hospital. They are made as members of this municipalities. In addition, you have elected representatives of state legislature, as well as you have the elected representative of parliament also, right? In addition, you can also have the chairperson of ward committees also. Okay. You just have to notice this. Provided that the persons referred to in paragraph 1 shall not have the right to vote in the meetings of the municipality. That is, persons having special knowledge or experience in municipal administration. The doctors, they alone will not have the right to vote in the meetings of that municipality. Okay. So you just remember this alone. And okay, we have reservation principles which are just the same. You can go through them. Apart from that, how are members chosen? We will just discuss about that. Yes. So members to these bodies are all chosen by direct elections. Okay. You will have direct elections to choose members to all the three bodies. The members of these bodies are who are called as councillors. So each and every ward will be represented by a councillor. So the councillors are all chosen by direct elections. But when it comes to the chairpersons, it is to be prescribed by the state legislature. So you have different state legislatures having prescribed different methods of elections. Even in Tamil Nadu also, in one particular election, you will have the chairperson of municipal corporation, the chairperson, he is called as the mayor. The chairperson of municipal corporation is called as mayor, just like how the chairperson of a gram panchayat is called as a sarpanch. So he's called as a mayor, but in other two levels they're called as the chairpersons. This is just like gram panchayat structure. Member of chairperson of gram panchayat is called as a sarpanch. Other chairpersons, they are all called as chairpersons, right? Similar is the case here also. So what you have to know is the chairpersons, how are they elect, whether they will be directly elected or will the chairperson be chosen from amongst the elected members. It is up to the state legislature. They will keep on making changes to the state municipal act. Okay. In Tamil Nadu, in some elections, you will have direct elections for mayor post. Sometimes you will not have direct elections. From the directly elected members, one person will be chosen as the mayor. So it is left to the state legislatures. Okay. So you just need to know this. What if I ask you a question? The State Finance Commission is created as per the 74th Constitutional Amendment Act for the purpose of recommending grants to municipalities. Is it a correct statement? The State Election Commission is constituted under the provisions of 74th Amendment Act so as to recommend grants to be allotted to municipalities. Will this be a correct statement? Yes, sir. How can it be yes? Yes is not the correct answer. State Election Commission came into State Finance Commission as well as State Election Commission. Both of them are created under the provisions of 73rd Amendment Act, not 74th Amendment Act. Of course, State Finance Commission recommends grants to be allotted to urban local bodies, but it is not created under the 74th Amendment Act. So let us be very, very clear. It is already created under 73rd. So why do you have to create it again by an Amendment Act? Not necessary. Okay. State Election Commission as well as State Finance Commission, both are constituted as per the provisions of 73rd, not 74th. Be very clear about it. And something else about local administration, urban local administration, that you'll have to know is the presence of what is called as district planning committees. And you have another body called as Metropolitan Planning Committee. So we will just see what are they. DPC. Why is this body existing? This is a district and there is a river that flows through the district. Okay. So there is an urban area here. There is a Vellore Municipal Corporation, or let's say there is Ranipet somewhere here. There are just so many tanneries in Ranipet, tanneries which deal with tanning of animal skin, right, for purpose of curing it to make leather. You have tanneries in Ranipet, you have various industries in Vellore, and all the pollutants are discharged into this river. Okay, and it is this river which is flowing across the entire district, so the water is going to spread to the neighboring adjoining villages also. Because of this, all the agricultural lands are all getting spoiled. Okay, so so this becomes a common problem. So the problem of the villages is because of the activity of that urban area. So what needs to happen here is there has to be a common approach in sorting out this problem. It is to provide a common platform for making a plan for the entire district. Maybe if the funds of panchayats, there will be so many panchayats here in all these in all these areas, right? Wherever the water goes to, all those villages will have so many gram panchayats. Maybe all the gram panchayats together, along with the municipal corporation of Ranipet, municipality of Ranipet and municipal corporation of Vellore, if all of them come together and if they pool their funds together, maybe a very big sewage treatment plan can be actually established. A effluent treatment plant can be established. Maybe all the pollutants can be first diverted into this treatment plant, and then if the water is released back, the water may not affect the quality of the agricultural lands. This is how a common plan will be made for the development of the district as a whole. So what you have to understand here is a district planning committee, DPC, comprises of representation from urban as well as rural areas. Okay. So how is the representation from urban area, and what is the method of representation of rural area? So we have to just look at that. What you have to keep in mind here is you have. So tell me, in a district, in a bigger district, which population might be higher? Do you think the urban population might be higher or a rural population might be higher for districts in India? Well, no. It's not urban population. Most of the population is rural. Urban population is small, highly concentrated in a few areas. Okay, the district, Coimbatore district population might be 35, 40 lakhs. But the population of Coimbatore Municipal Corporation might not be more than 5 lakhs. Okay, remaining areas are all, remaining population is all scattered elsewhere. So when it comes to a district, major representation is from rural areas, smaller representation is from urban areas. You just have to remember that. And we will see how is the district planning committee constituted. Let's have a look at that. Duration of municipality, that is all the same, just like how the panchayats work. Disqualifications, same, just like panchayats. Powers, functions, also same. Power to impose taxes, yes. As I told, it is to be authorized by the legislature of the state. Just like panchayats, the state legislature will have to authorize. Okay, all right. And then Finance Commission, okay, it is constituted by the provisions of 73rd Amendment Act. Okay, so that will talk about how much money should be shared between the state resources and between the panchayats. Okay. Audit of accounts of municipalities. As I told, it is also not mandatory audit. If the state legislature wants to provide for a mechanism for audit of municipalities, they can do that. Just like panchayats, this is also another important problem in the present day with respect to the functioning of municipalities, because audit is not mandatory, and various state legislatures have not provided for mechanisms for audit of municipalities. That is why too much of happy looting happens in panchayats and municipalities. So maybe you can think about this question: what if there is a question that is asked in the exam like this, something like this? So this is a question which you would not have come across till date. Maybe you can try it out. Okay, if you have time in the house, home, think about an answer for this question. Okay. Audit remains the weakest link in ensuring the accountability of local bodies. So think of an answer, try to make an answer for 250 words. Maybe in the next class, if you have written, we can probably discuss about it. So for elections, you have State Election Commission, application to union territories. This is also just the same. President can extend the provisions. Okay. Part not to apply. Just go through it, find out to what areas this part will not be applicable to. Okay, just find it out. Committee for district planning. This is something different from what we have seen in the panchayats. So it is better we have an oversight about these bodies. Okay. What does the constitution say? There shall be constituted in every state at the district level a DPC to consolidate the plans prepared by the panchayats and the municipalities and to prepare a draft developmental plan for the district as a whole. Basically, for having a common goals. That is the purpose of this DPC. Okay. So, what shall be the representation? It will all be decided by the state legislature, but there is a minimum criteria given. Not less than 4/5 of the members of such committee shall be elected by and from amongst the elected members of panchayat at the district level. Okay. And of the municipalities in proportion to the ratio between population of rural areas and urban areas in the district. So what it means is 4/5 of the total number of members. Okay. It says not less than 4/5. They shall be indirectly elected. And who are the voters in this indirect election? They are, who are the voters? What were you able to observe? District level panchayat and of the municipalities in the district. Okay. Just notice here, not less than 4/5 of the total members shall be elected among the elected members of the panchayat at the district level and of the municipalities in the district. Okay. So, district level panchayat, that is Zilla Parishad, and different municipalities in that particular district. So, the members of municipal corporation, municipal council, Nagar Panchayat, and Zilla Parishad. These are the electors. So these members will actually participate in the elections of 4/5 of the members. 4/5 of the members must be indirectly elected. The remaining 1/5 can be nominated members. They can be anybody who will be provided by the state legislature. Okay. So just this is the minimum criteria that is actually laid out. And the remaining 1/5 can be anybody nominated, or it can be elected, or it can be specified members who will be provided by the state law. Anything can be the solution. 4/5 elections. So this is the function of district planning committee. So to have an integrated development, to share water and other physical and natural resources. So it's not a very complicated topic or anything. The only question that can be asked is about the membership of DPC, functions of DPC. Just have a broader idea. I think that will be good enough. Similarly, you also have a body called as Metropolitan Planning Committee. Okay. So there shall be constituted in every metropolitan area. So Chennai metropolitan area, we have Chennai Metropolitan Development Authority, CMDA. Okay. So here you have a body called as Metropolitan Planning Committee. What is the composition of Metropolitan Planning Committee? Look at this. Provided that not less than 2/3 of the members shall be elected by and from amongst the elected members of municipalities and chairpersons of the panchayats in the metropolitan area. So let's say the metropolitan area might comprise up to Avadi, or maybe slightly after that, maybe till Pattabiram. Okay, so this is the limits of the metropolitan area of Chennai metropolitan area. Okay, so within that limits, whatever panchayats you have, it can be a town panchayat, sorry, not town panchayat, it can be Mandal Panchayat, an intermediate level panchayat can also be there. Because when you go a little out on the outskirts, you will also have agricultural practices being done. So you might have local, rural local bodies also, in addition to the municipalities inside the metropolitan area. Avadi might be a municipality. But you go outside that, it could be an intermediate level panchayat, right? So, so 2/3 of the members shall be elected by. When it comes to district planning committee, 4/5 of the members indirect election. Metropolitan planning committees, 2/3 of the members are filled by indirect election. Other members, they can be as specified by the state legislature. Okay, same functions basically to achieve more cooperation between the urban area and the rural area within the metropolitan area. So for that purpose, we have a body called as Metropolitan Planning Committee. So that's all. This is all about the urban bodies. You don't actually have to go and memorize all that is given in your Lakshmikant. Port trust, defense estates, okay, cantonment boards, all that is not necessary. You just forget about it. And among the local bodies, panchayats and municipalities, it is panchayats which is more important. Urban local bodies are not significant at all, because they don't have much of issues and problems like what is faced by the panchayats. Urban local bodies are pretty much working well in India. They are financially sound. Functionally, they have good functions and powers to do their work. So there aren't much of issues, and the problem of casteism, all that is not there in urban local bodies. They are in a much better shape compared to the local panchayat raj institutions. So PRIs is a more possible area in mains, but these are the minute aspects of the constitution which we tend to overlook. The composition, 4/5, 2/3, this kind of a doubts we will get when you don't get re-exposed these provisions again and again. So for that purpose alone, just have a look at these constitutional provisions regarding municipalities. Okay. So I think this is good. This is sufficient enough of our discussion with respect to local government. We'll move on to the next topic. So next topic is with respect to language provisions in the constitution. So what does the constitution talk about the different language provisions? Does the constitution talk anything about national language, or does the constitution use the word regional languages? What is the purpose? What is the purpose of certain provisions in the constitution having a relationship with languages? And do you know which schedule of the constitution talks about languages? There is a particular schedule in the constitution which comprises of a list of language. Do you know what schedule is that? It is the 8th schedule. Okay. 8th schedule of the constitution talks about languages, right? What is the objective behind the language provisions in the constitution? That is my question. Tell me, what is the objective behind the language provisions? What is your answer? To recognize all regional languages? No. To ensure every major language in nation gets its due respect? Well, no. These are not the reasons why the constitution has a chapter on languages. No. To have a common connecting language and also to preserve linguistic diversity. Connecting language, I can accept that to some extent. Yes. The correct answer is prescribing an official means of communication. That is the correct answer. Language provisions are not for the purposes of deciding what should be the language a person should speak, or it is not for the purpose of deciding what language should be spoken by a group of people in a state. No, it is all left free to the citizens. The reason why Constitution talks about languages is to prescribe is to prescribe a medium for official communication. This is the reason. Okay. The purpose of eighth schedule, I'm just coming to that. Wait for some time. Medium for official. So eighth schedule doesn't mean that it is a list of national languages. It is a list of regional languages. That is not the purpose. The purpose of eighth schedule is something else. Constitutional provisions regarding language is for the purpose of prescribing the official language. Okay. So, what is the official language of India? So first, what is the national language of India? Hmm? What is the national language of India? Nothing. Do we have anything called as regional languages of India? Do we have something called as regional languages of India? Do we have such thing? No. So there is no need for labeling any language as a national language or any language as a regional language. In fact, all languages in India are just regional languages. It is just spoken in different regions of India. Even Hindi is spoken in northern region. That's all. But just because Hindi is predominantly understood by majority of the people, okay, when we got independence, 46% of the people in India in 1950, they said that 46% can understand not Hindi. 46% were able to understand one or the other dialects of Hindi. Okay, so that was the reason why Hindi was chosen as a language which can become a connecting thread across the people of India. Right. So the language provisions are to prescribe the languages for the purpose of union executive, union legislature, and union judiciary. What are the languages that should be used? The provisions in the constitution are for the purpose of state executive, state legislature. When it comes to judiciary, you can consider it like this: higher judiciary and lower judiciary. Judiciary, Supreme Court, high courts, and this is lower judiciary. Okay, so it is for these two purposes. This is how official work is done. So in all these institutions, three different organs of the government at, at two different levels, what should be the language that should be used for official purposes? It is for that purpose we have provisions in the constitution dealing with official languages. So first we'll discuss about this. Okay, so can someone tell me what is the purpose of Hindi? How is Hindi declared in the constitution? Hindi is declared as the official language of the union executive. That's all. It is not the official language of judiciary. It is not the official language of Supreme Court or High Court. No. All that the Constitution declares is Hindi shall be the official language for the purposes of union. Okay, union executive. The language is Hindi. But the problem with Hindi at the eve of independence is that until independence, we were ruled by the Britishers. Every file work was in English. Administrative terms, scientific terms, all of them were in English. Okay, so and Hindi was never used as an administrative language ever before. So, do you know what was the official languages used by the earlier rulers before? What was the court language used by Muslim rulers before Britishers had come in? Do you have any idea? Was it Hindi or was it something else? It was Persian, correct? Urdu? No. Well, okay. Somebody said Urdu. Do you know which part of Indian rulers used Urdu as a official language? Mughals never used Urdu as an official language, no. But somebody else used Urdu as official language of the court. Who were they? Bahmanis, that's correct. Bahmani sultans, the Nizams, they used Urdu. It was never used. Urdu was never the court language of of Mughals. So Mughals used Persian as the court language. Hindi had no vocabulary. Even today, when you look at the administrative terms of Hindi, everything will be Persian sounding. Okay, file. There is no specific word in Hindi. No. For proceeding, no. It is all Persian words which you will find in Hindi. So that is why it was decided that Hindi is not immediately good enough to be switched as a official language. We will not be able to do our official work. So it was decided that even though the constitution declares Hindi as the official language of the union, it was decided for a period of 15 years. Oh my God. For a period of 15 years from the commencement of the constitution, until this period, English will also be used for the purposes of the union. Okay, that is, for whatever purposes English was used earlier, for the same official purposes, English will continue to be used for a further period of 15 years. So this was the provisions in the constitution. So Hindi is declared as official language, but English is also declared as another associate official language. Along with Hindi, English can also be used up to a maximum period of 50 years. So the constitution says English shall be used for the purposes as it was used before. Okay. And meanwhile, what was the idea? What was the idea in the 15 years? In 15 years' time, Hindi vocabulary must be enriched. How will you enrich vocabulary of Hindi? By taking from the 8th schedule languages. These 8th schedule languages, whatever administrative terms you have, maybe in Bangla you may have some administrative terms. Maybe in Tamil you have some very good administrative terms, because in Tamils you have a long history of self-government, Tamil rulers. So we do have a lot of administrative terminologies that have developed over a period of time. So the expectation was that Hindi will be able to borrow the elements from other languages, and with that Hindi will become strengthened. So that by the end of 15 years, Hindi can be completely adopted as the official language and English will be forgotten. This was the idea that constitution makers had. Within 15 years, this transformation will happen. Okay. So this is the provision. This is the use of Hindi. Hindi is only declared not even the official language of the entire union. Official language of union executive. That's all. So what does the constitution declare as the official language for the purpose of parliament, for the purpose of union legislature? For the parliament, for the purpose of introducing a bills plus passing acts that are passed, constitution declares all this must be only in English. No Hindi, no regional language, nothing, only in English, nothing else. But to express the members, to express their opinions and thoughts, it can be done in any of the 8 scheduled languages. Translation facilities will be provided by the speaker if anybody wants to express in his or her own mother tongue. Okay. So this is the provision with respect to parliament. Next is with respect to judiciary. So judiciary, what are the provisions? Let's say you have higher judiciary, Supreme Court and High Courts, right? In Supreme Court, what all happens? In Supreme Courts, hearing happens. Hearing is done and depositions are taken. Depositions means taking an oath. I'll say whatever I know, right? That is what is called as depositions, hearings, and examination, arguments, right? And orders will be passed by the court. Orders are in interim, in between, during the course of hearing, many orders will be passed, postponing the hearing, asking somebody to produce evidence. So those are called as orders. Then you have judgments, right? In Supreme Court, all this must be done only in English. There is no other language which can be used in Supreme Court. What the Constitution says about language that can be used in High Court, all these in these orders and judgments will be done only in English. Okay, no other language. But when it comes to hearing, deposition, and arguments, this can be done either in Hindi or in state official language. Okay, but this is whether it should be done in state official language or not. This will be decided by the governor of that particular state. Governor will decide. So this is the constitutional provision with respect to languages that will be used in Supreme Court and High Court in higher judicial. All right. So we will see, and there is also something else that has to be seen, that is with respect to center-state communications. Constitution declares, see, you can divide this entire constitutional provisions into two phases. That is, this is 1965. Whatever I am discussing right now is the previous phase, before 1965, which is basically the constitutional provisions. The reason is, Constitution says, at the end of 15 years, the Official Languages Act will be passed by the Parliament, and you can change the provisions of Constitution accordingly. Okay, so in 1963, official languages, so English can't be used in hearing in High Court. Sorry, no. I don't mean that. These are, no. In High Courts, what I meant is, even in High Courts, English is the language that has to be used. But in addition to that, even Hindi or any other state official language can also be used. I'm sorry, I forgot to mention it. I just assumed you know. English must be used in higher judiciary. But in the level of High Courts, in addition to English, even a Hindi or a state official language can also be used if the governor of that state, if he thinks it has to be used. That is the idea. So what I have written doesn't mean that English cannot be used. No, English has to be used. But in addition to English, these languages can also be used. That is the idea. So before 1965, constitutional provisions we are discussing. Because after 1965 onwards, Official Languages Act comes into effect. You will find a lot of modifications that would have happened to the constitutional provisions. So first, we are discussing the pre-1965 phase. In this pre-1965 phase, center-state communication must be only in English. Center and state, the communication must be only in English. State to state also must be only in English. But if there are two states, Bihar and UP, states which have Hindi as their declared official language, in that case, interstate communication can also happen in Hindi. These are the constitutional provisions with respect to the usage of languages before 1965, before Official Languages Act comes into commencement. All right, just remember these things. These are all only factual, zero possibility of being asked in means. But if it is asked in prelims, there is always a possibility. Anything in the Constitution will be asked in the prelims. So you have to just know about the different provisions in the Constitution, right? This is all with respect to the language provisions. And in addition to that, the Constitution we will also have a look at the position in the state. What are the languages for the purpose of state legislature and state executive? The Constitution says the language of introducing a bill, passing an act, official language of the state executive, and also lower judiciary. That is at the level of district courts. In district courts, you can also have the entire judgment given in Tamil. Hearing can be done in Tamil. So the function, the language to be used in lower judiciary, all this can be decided by the state legislature. Okay. So this is the constitutional provisions regarding languages. The constitution also provided that constitution provided for official language commission. The constitution provided that at the after 5 years from the commencement of the constitution, official language commission will be constituted. Okay. So what is the purpose of this official language commission? The purpose of this official language commission is to look into whether Hindi has made sufficient progress or not, whether Hindi can be adopted completely as the official languages, abandoning English. Can that happen right now, or should we wait for some more years? And to suggest steps for enrichment of Hindi. Okay, it is for this purposes, and to look into the working of language provisions in the constitution regarding state legislature and state executive, because some states had adopted English as the means of communication, because constitution said that until the state legislature by law prescribes an official language to be used for the purpose of state executive as well as parliament for the state legislature, till then English can be used. So whether state legislatures have all made their respective laws and making the switch to local languages, have they all done it or not? To inquire, to look into those aspects also. It is for those purposes a language commission has to be constituted as per the provisions of the constitution. So it says after 5 years from the commencement of the constitution, a language commission has to be constituted. So the first language commission was constituted in 1955 under the chairmanship of a person called as Kaka Kalelkar. So, sorry, no. B.G. Care Commission. B.G. Care was the chairman of the first language commission. So the official language commission went and examined all these kind of aspects, and it gave a lot of recommendations. It gave some suggestions. What are the suggestions? It said that don't abandon English. Hindi has not yet made significant progress. Hindi is not at all getting developed. So make some additional steps. Create new bodies for enriching Hindi. Promote Hindi widely across the country. Establish Hindi Prachar Sabhas all across India. So because of that, a new organization called as a Commission for Scientific and Technical Terminology. Such a body was created under Ministry of Human Resource and Development. Why? The only purpose is enhance the vocabulary of Hindi. It is for that purpose this body was actually created. So, the Language Commission also said to continue with the usage of English. It was a recommendation which was all given effect through Official Languages Act 1963. So that is an act that is passed, because of which a lot of language provisions underwent a change. We will see what those provisions are. Okay, so you just need to know the Constitution itself provided for the establishment of an Official Languages Commission. Okay, it's a mandatory duty as per the Constitution, because of which the commission was actually appointed. Okay, is there anything else given in the Constitution about the language that will be used in the state legislature and state executive? Yes, I had just forgotten to mention it to you. Let me bring it to your notice. So state legislature, as per the provisions of the Constitution, this can decide the official language of the state, right? It can decide the official language of the state. It can decide what shall be the official language to be used for the purpose of legislature, right? So when it decides the official language of Tamil Nadu has passed this Official Languages Act 1956 or 57. That act talks about the official language. Tamil Nadu has declared Tamil as the official language of the state. So the purpose of declaring a language as an official language is that, do you know what is the purpose of declaring a language as an official language? One is for the purpose of intra-office communication. One department or the other department, all file notings will be in Tamil. I accept that. But what else? The other advantage of having, let's say, Telugu speaking people, they are quite a good number in Tamil Nadu. Okay, very significant number. So Telugu speaking people, they want Telugu to also be declared as an official language, as a second official language of Tamil Nadu. Do you know what benefits are possible if Telugu is declared as a second official language? What can happen? Do you know what is the advantage that accrues because of identity? Yeah, of course, there is always everything is revolving around identity, no doubt about that. And representation. What representation are you talking about? Government jobs, yeah, government examinations must be given in that language also. That is an advantage, no doubt about that. The other advantages, the government, each and every government order must also be passed in Telugu also. Okay. Next advantage is a Telugu speaker can write a letter in Telugu and he can give it to collector. And the collector cannot say, you give it in Tamil, I cannot understand Telugu. He has to learn Telugu and he has to understand it. These are the benefits a person, speaker of a particular language gets if Telugu is also declared as a second official language. Okay. So you have to understand the state legislature can choose one or more languages as the official language of that particular state. So don't think that only one language can be chosen as the official language. No. One or more languages can also be chosen. But the Constitution is very clever. What it says is, the Constitution says, if the state legislature wants to choose a second language as a state official language, there has to be one criteria that must be fulfilled. That is, that language must be a spoken language in that state. So we cannot choose Manipuri or Ladakh language as an official language. That cannot be done by the state legislature. But Hindi can be chosen by the state legislature as the official language, even if Hindi is not in use in that particular state. So this is the benefit that Hindi has been given by the Constitution, so as to make it a common connecting language across India. Okay, so a state legislature can choose any language as a second official language, but the only catch here is that language must be a spoken language, language that is used in that particular state. But Hindi, that is not the case. It can be chosen as a second official language, even if that is not actually a spoken language in that particular state. This is for the benefit of Hindi, for propagation of Hindi. So, is there any other authority who can also declare a particular language as an official language of a state? The language to be used for the purpose of state executive, state legislature. Is the power given in the Constitution only in the hands of the state legislature alone, or is there any other authority also who has been empowered by the Constitution to declare a second official language for the state? Are you aware of anybody else? Okay. Do you think Telugu, or you have Saurashtra people in various pockets of Tamil Nadu, right? Saurashtra speaking group of people, if they want their language to be declared as a second official language, do you think it is practically possible in Tamil Nadu? Will it be practically possible? Especially will Seaman allow such languages to be declared as a second official language of the state? Vote bank politics. Politics will ensure that the minority language will not be declared as an official language. Correct? Majoritarianism will definitely, it will be present there. That is why even if 40% of the people of Tamil Nadu speak a different language, still their language might not be accepted, might not be recognized as a second official language. That is why, but it doesn't mean that, does it mean that 40% of the people should suffer? Why should the administration not be done for the benefit of the 40% people also? That is a question. So it is to overcome these majoritarian, chauvinistic political forces. That is why the power was also given in the hands of President of India. So President of India can also declare any language as an additional official language of that state. President is satisfied that yes, they are a genuine group of people. They are a very there. Let's say there is one cultural group who would not want to learn Tamil, who would not want to send their school children to Tamil medium schools, who would want their children to be sent only to Parsi schools or only to Saurashtra organization run schools. I mean, that is their freedom. That is a constitutional freedom guaranteed under Article 29 and Article 30. They can do whatever they like. They can ignore to learn Tamil language also. But they are also citizen of India. They have to be also protected. Just because it might be their cultural practice to not learn the language of that particular area. But I'm just hypothesizing. We don't have any such groups in India like that. It might be there. Maybe in some other parts. Maybe in Tamil Nadu we don't have such groups. What I'm saying is, even in that case, the government should be done for their benefit also. Okay, so that is why if the president is satisfied that a certain group of people do exist who would be benefited if the administration is done in their own mother tongue, if he is satisfied, in that case, president will also declare a second language also as a official language of that particular state. The power to declare an official language for state is in the hands of both state legislature as well as president. Remember this. Okay. So many things we have seen. Let me just revise the pre-1965 provisions. What are all there in the Constitution before the commencement of Official Languages Act? What does the Constitution say? One is about the official language of the Union Executive, which shall only be Hindi, which is declared as Hindi, but English shall continue for a period of 15 years for the same purposes which it was used before. First, for the purpose of Union Legislature, Parliament, whatever bills are introduced, whatever acts are passed, must only be in English. Language of the judiciary, Supreme Court, everything is in English. High courts, English, but Hindi or state language can also be prescribed by the governor if he desires so, just for the purpose of hearings, cross-examination. But order and judgment must only be in English. Okay, interstate communication, center to states, English, state to states, English. Two states communicating, two states having official language as Hindi, they can communicate in Hindi also. Okay, and the language to be used in the state legislature, state executive. Power is given in the hands of state legislatures to decide what shall be that official language. Power is also in the hands of president to declare another language also as a second official language. So, what is the purpose of 8th schedule language? Will you please state the name of the language committee? It's a body. It's not a language committee. It's a body called as Commission on Scientific and Technical Terminology. That is the name of that body. 8th schedule. What is the objective of 8th schedule? What it says is 8th schedule languages. It has a list of languages. As I told you, one of the purposes, Hindi will borrow extensively from these languages and it will become enriched first. The second purpose of 8th schedule is all. So I told you in 1955 the first languages commission was constituted. Who are the members? The members are representatives from all the 8th schedule languages. Other languages will not be represented. It is these 8th schedule different languages that are given. Those language speakers will have a representation through members in that official language commission. Okay. 8th schedule, the benefit of having a language in 8th schedule is, if you give, let's say, even though Hindi is the official language of Union Executive, if I want to write a letter to the Housing Secretary about my grievance, I want to write a letter to Home Minister, I can write in Tamil and I can send it to them. Not necessary that just because the official language of Union Executive is Hindi, I should also write it in Hindi. No, I can write in Tamil and I can send it to him. He has to understand it and he has to give a reply back to me. Okay. So any grievances to any authority, public authority, can be given under any of the languages in the 8th schedule. Let's be clear about that. And to appear in the public services examination, you can write in these languages. These are the benefits of having a language under 8th schedule of the Constitution. So these are some of the provisions. So we'll take a break, a 5-minute break, and then we will discuss about the post 1965 provisions in the Constitution. Post 1965, what are the developments? What changes have all happened with respect to the language provisions? Okay. Yes, so Official Languages Act was passed in 1963 and it came into effect from 1965 onwards. So, what are the changed provisions after the Official Languages Act came into effect? What the Official Languages Act provided was for the purpose of Union Executive. Oh, sound is coming. Okay. is it now? Do you still have the sound? Is the sound still coming? Are you able to hear some disturbance? Still it is there. Okay. 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 So how is it now? Echo. Yeah, I got it. Okay. Are you still having some disturbance? Is it fine now? Is it fine now? Okay. All right. So, um, what does the Official Languages Act say about the language of Union Executive? It says Hindi is the official language, but in addition to that, English may continue to be used. Okay, English may continue. That is, uh, tomorrow you become an IAS officer and you get posted in central government ministries. Let's say you become, after 9 years of your service, you can become a deputy secretary in union government. Okay, you can go on deputations. So when you go to a ministry, let's say you're a Tamilian who has no idea of Hindi, you are allotted to Tamil Nadu cadre. Your optional is also Tamil literature. Okay, you're such a kind of person, and you gave your interview also in Tamil. You wrote the exam in Tamil. Allotted Tamil Nadu cadre. Your entire file work in Tamil Nadu was done only in Tamil. Then suddenly you get into central deputation. You go to Delhi. You see the ministry. Okay, in the ministry, all file work is in Hindi. So what is your option available? What can you do then? Will you ask them to translate in English? Will you shout your subordinate? Why are you giving me in Hindi? Give me in English. Is it possible? You cannot, because you cannot demand it as a matter of right. Because Hindi is the official language and English may be used, it may not be used. So, if the file is in Hindi, if it is given to you in Hindi, you have to understand, you have to read and comprehend it. Maybe you can give the reply in English, no problem with that. Okay, so this is what I'm trying to say. Hindi is the official language, there is no change about it. Earlier, it was English shall continue for a period of 15 years. After the commencement of Official Languages Act, it is English may continue for the purpose. So you have to basically you have to do the file work in English in Hindi. You have to understand it, and maybe you can choose Hindi also if you want to write. Yeah, use Google Translate. But how will you use Google Translate? It is there in a file. First of all, you should know how to type it in Google, right? How to use alphabets. How will you use that matras and all these things? You should know that it is very tough. Easier thing is to learn that language. So that is why for people from Tamil Nadu, especially, all central government departments will have one Hindi teacher. Hindi teacher will be there in that ministry. So IAS officers, after 5 o'clock in the evening, will go to Hindi teacher, sit there and learn Hindi for maybe for 4 or 5 months. You learn, then you will become good with usage of Hindi for official purposes. Okay, so these kind of problems are definitely there. So this is the language of Union Executive after 1965. What is the language in Parliament? what the Official Languages Act says is bills will be introduced in English, okay, acts will be passed in English, all that is fine, but a translation must be accompanied. A translation in Hindi is also compulsory. Any bill, even if it is introduced in English, must be accompanied with a translation in Hindi. So this is about the language of the union. What about the language of the judiciary, Supreme Court and High Courts? What has the official language? In what way has the Official Languages Act impacted? Here there is no change. Only English will always be the language of Supreme Court. There is no problem with that. But with High Courts, the earlier position is that judgments, orders will only be in English, right? This has changed. Now, after the commencement of Official Languages Act 1965, even orders and judgments can also be passed in Hindi or in the state language if the governor so decides. So this is the change that we find in the language of the higher judiciary. Okay. What about the state level? When it comes to state executive, state legislature, what are the changes? Here there is no changes. Whatever is declared as the official language by the respective state legislature, that will be the state executive language. That will just go on. There is a small change here. What is that change? Let's say Tamil Nadu introduces a bill in Tamil, passes the bill in Tamil, so it becomes a act passed in Tamil language. Okay. So this act must now be translated in Hindi. Hindi translation under the authority of governor. That is, it's nothing. It's what it means is governor should sign. Okay, every act that is passed, governor must sign it, and that will be accepted as an authorized translation. Just because a state government, because a speaker of Tamil Nadu Legislative Assembly, he has signed a translation in Hindi, that will not be accepted as the correct document for government purposes. A governor must actually sign any act that is passed in the state legislature. He has to sign for it to become an authorized translation. So this provision, an act passed in other languages to be translated in Hindi under the authority of governor. So this is the end result after 1965 Official Languages Act. Okay. What about the language for center state and interstate communication? Are there any changes in that as well? Yes. Center state language. Earlier, the provision was that even if central government was to have a communication with Uttar Pradesh before 1965, the communication will only be in English, right? That is the provision in the constitution. But after the Official Languages Act 1965 came into effect, center state communication between union and a non-Hindi state. Non-Hindi is not declared as official language, non-Hindi official state. So this must be only in English. But when it comes to communication between union and a Hindi speaking state, official language is Hindi UP, it can be in Hindi. Non-Hindi declared as an official language in that state, there the communication must only be in English. So center and Tamil Nadu only in English. But what if Tamil Nadu has to talk with Andhra Pradesh, send an official language, send an official communication? So what language do you think is the language that has to be used? Tell me, what is the language that needs to be used here? It's not English. See, don't think it is English. What was the desire of the constitution makers? To make Hindi as the common connecting language. 15 years, some allowance was made for English because the immediate switch to Hindi was not felt to be desirable. But that doesn't mean that English has been given some prime importance or something like that. English is a necessary evil according to those constitution makers. Somehow we should give more important English tyranny. We got independence from the English, so English was somewhat allergic to them, but it was so useful to them. Okay, that's why they were not able to immediately get rid of English. But that was not the preference. Okay, as decided by the states. No, 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 no. States will not decide. See, Tamil Nadu cannot decide what will be the official language between Tamil Nadu and Maharashtra. Correct? There cannot be any. What can the state decide? It can only decide English. It cannot decide any other alternative language or anything, right? But Constitution says any interstate communication must be only in Hindi. Must be in Hindi. This is the provision. It can be accompanied by an English translation. So understand, it is not English accompanied by Hindi translation. Hindi has to be the original text. If a chief under this, if let's say a chief minister of Tamil Nadu writes to chief minister of Andhra Pradesh, the letter should be in English. Sorry, letter should be in Hindi, signed by the chief minister. Maybe you can give a translation of that document in English. Maybe, so sorry, Hindi accompanied by a English translation. So I think the word maybe only is used. Wait, when Hindi is used, not adapted Hindi use purposes, shall be accompanied by a Hindi English translation. So it's not maybe. So basically, in the case of Tamil Nadu and Andhra Pradesh, if there is any communication, the communication must be in Hindi, but it shall also be accompanied by a English translation. So remember this. Okay. So this is all with respect to official languages provisions in the Constitution. So we are done with this. Maybe you can read that, and there is nothing else to be discussed about official languages. In addition, so the next topic that we will discuss is with respect lower judiciary. Lower judiciary, no change. Lower judiciary, it is as decided by the state legislature. Prior to 1965, this shall take place by English. No, yes. Before 1965, any interstate communication is only in English. After 1965, it is in Hindi, along with the English translation. But if it is between UP and Bihar, no need for English translation, only Hindi. If it is between Tamil Nadu and Maharashtra, or Tamil Nadu or Bihar, any such kind of combinations, there you have to have a Hindi and English translation. That is the situation. For lower judiciary, it is as decided by the state legislatures. So that is why arguments, everything, order that is passed in the lower court, it can all be in the local language also, the official language as declared by the state legislature. Okay. So we have one other topic for discussion for the day, which is actually elections. So we will start it after some time. But meanwhile, I wanted to show you, have I done an analysis of this year's mains question paper for this batch? Have I done it in the previous classes? I think I have. We have not done it, right? Not yet. Okay. So between Union and Hindi, official language state, Hindi alone for communication. Yes, that is correct. Right. So what I'll do is I have prepared an analysis, and I want to have a discussion with you guys. Maybe we can discuss it for half an hour, 45 minutes. Then we will take a break. After that, we will discuss about elections. Okay, elections is an important topic both for prelims as well as for mains. And the way how we will discuss about elections is not like a lecture. It's not about teaching you. Do you know what is given in your main syllabus sheet about elections? Have you ever looked at the main syllabus sheet about what is mentioned as your syllabus for election related topics? Have they said procedure of elections? Is the syllabus sheet talking about organization and conduct of elections? Is that what is mentioned in your syllabus sheet, or is there something specific about elections in your syllabus sheet? Yes, representation of People's Act, salient features of RPA, that is what is given. We have to know about the different provisions of RPA. There are two representation of People's Act, 1950 and 1951. It doesn't mean that it says salient features, that is important provisions. It doesn't mean that the entire RPA has to memorize or mugged up. That is not possible. UPSC is not that kind of an examination. So you have to know the important provisions out of which arises most of the issues related to elections. Because of some of those provisions only, we have many problems that we face in the electoral politics of India. We have to know about those areas. Okay. So you would also be reading a lot of those issues in the newspapers. So we will have more of a discussion type of an arrangement for handling elections. I have a list of questions which I have made myself. It would, and I think you guys will be able to better participate also, because you've been reading newspapers and all for like last 7-8 months. So I'll ask you questions, I'll write the questions, and we will find out answers. We'll explore and find answers for those questions. That's the way how we are going to go about dealing with a election topic. Okay. But before that, let's make an analysis of 2020 mains question paper. So, okay, I'll stop sharing my screen because then you would immediately, I don't want you to see the analysis. First, I'll show the question, and after that, I'll show you my analysis, what I have done, what is your feel of that question. Okay. So there is a question like this. There is a need for simplification of procedure. It will be better if you can write the question. Okay. Just write the question, think for 2 minutes, and then we will have a discussion. Okay. It's better if you can write the question. The question goes on like this. There is a need for simplification. Okay, I can maybe copy paste it. So this is the question. Okay, just think for 1 minute and type to the other ID. Don't type to this ID. Okay, you can even type to this ID also, whichever you choose. So yeah, so if I'm not writing on the tablet, then maybe you can type to this ID also, chat box also, so no problem. If I'm writing on the tablet, then it's okay. You better type to the other ID. So think for a minute and tell me what would be the right line of thinking that is required for this questions. We have a total of 9 questions out of 20 questions from polity in GS paper 2. And let me tell you something. Uh, Writing polity answers requires a good. There are 3 subjects which I consider predominantly scoring marks to be dependent on your answer writing skills. One is with respect to society, other one is polity, third is with respect to economy related areas. Okay, getting marks in these 3 subjects in GS 1, 2, 3 depends on your answer writing skills. Because history, geography, it is more to do with some content that you provide. Whereas in these 3 subjects, without even having a content, you will still have to come up with an answer. That is how polity questions mostly tend to be. Questions will be vague. Questions you would not have studied enough material to write an answer. And then so to get marks, the most important thing about polity questions is at least out of 9 questions every year, I think maybe 3 or except 3 questions, at least 5-6 questions every year are a bit challenging, bit tricky. In the sense, some new areas or question interpretation must be first precise. If your question interpretation is wrong, the entire answer will go in the wrong direction. So that's the level of skills that you actually require to handle polity questions. Because what you learn in Lakshmikant will not be of much use in handling polity mains questions. It requires more of answer writing skills that you learn from newspapers, the way editorials are written, the way criticisms are brought out in news articles, the language that you're able to borrow from newspapers and you're able to present it as answers. All those determine your marks that you're able to. And believe me, polity is a subject where you can create a maximum difference between other aspirants. In geography and all, you cannot create much difference. General questions, unless your optional is geography, you can, unless your optional is geography, you may be able to get half mark or 1 mark difference. But apart from that, when everybody reads from the same sources, not much of difference is possible. But polity, just with your answer writing skills, question interpretation, many will do question interpretation wrong in polity. So when you're able to manage those issues, you will automatically find very good amount of marks you'll be able to get in GS paper 2. So capitalize on polity as your subject that could be turning the entire examination in your favor. Okay, but for that, first point is about your question interpretation. So if this is the question asked in this year, what would be your question interpretation? Or if you want to speak also, you can raise your hand and I can give you the permission. If you feel it's too tiring to type, better to speak out, because that is how it happened in other batches and all. When we had an offline discussions, they were able to speak out. That is how discussion went on. Or if you want to type, it's your choice. Either way is fine. Okay, but I want you guys to think. So first of all, I'll answer my basic question. How many of you have already seen these questions of mains paper? How many of you have already seen it at least once? You were curious enough to at least see how UPSC is asking mains questions. Did you go through the mains question paper? So should I assume nobody had gone through the previous year's question paper? Okay, so you have gone through it, right? So what is, you will understand the nature of questions that is asked in UPSC polity. Well, do you guys want this discussion first, or should we continue with the polity classes? We have 9 questions to discuss, because I have given you some 1 or 2 minutes. By now, you should be giving me at least 1 or 2 points which can point me to the direction of your thought. So, will you type anything, or will you not type anything? If you're not typing anything, then there is no purpose for this discussion. I cannot teach you answers for these questions. I'll tell you what needs to be written. Uh, okay. So then tell me how would you interpret this question? Tell me how would you, what is what tell me the translation of this question. How do you, what do you understand this? Hmm? What is the question expecting out from you, this particular question? Okay, we have some good points. Procedures are complicated and with loopholes in the act. Okay, good. Okay, okay. Easing the process of disqualifying. Mhm. Okay, I don't understand what you meant by interpreting the question. It's a direct question that the procedure is very complex and tiring for deciding disqualification. Okay. Yes, okay. You have understood the question, right? No, no. I'll just come to the other questions. I did not say this question. There's a challenge of question interpretation. When we discuss other questions, also, then you will understand what is the challenge of question interpretation. So, okay, there is a need for simplification of procedure for disqualification of persons found guilty of corrupt practices under RPA 19 RPA comment. So tell me, so you have understood the question. So you are saying that the question points out the procedure is complex and tiring for deciding disqualification. What would be the answer for this question? Current procedure, changes required, expected outcome of such changes. Very good. That is a line of thought. That is a thought that you have to bring in your answer. I accept that. What would be the points that you will write in the exam? Give me some 3 points, if it is possible at your end. Give me 2 or 3 points. I will write about this, sir. I will write that this is the problem. So you are saying that procedure is complex. So tell me, what are the procedure? What are the complexities in the procedure? Hmm? If this is the question that you're going to attempt next year, what would be the 2 points or 3 points that you would be writing as an answer for this question? So you have understood the demand of the question. The question captures the fact that procedures for disqualification of persons found guilty of corrupt practices under RPA 19 RPA. So, you of course you can tell me that, sir, this is a topic that you have not taken yet. All right, that is the purpose why we are here. I'm going to take you that topic. But have you ever come across? Have you ever studied this topic or not? That is my question. Have you already been exposed to RPA 1950 1951? Yes, you have done it. If that is the case, then give me an answer. Separate courts or tribunals for speedy expedition of expedition of these criminal cases. Very wonderful point. That's a very good point, right? Okay. Anything else? But don't you think that this is a point that everybody will also be writing this separate courts or tribunals? Don't you think everybody will give this as a point? Yes or no? You are writing a correct answer, but are you writing a unique answer, a unique point? No time limit on giving judgment related to corruption cases. Okay, no time limit on giving judgment related to corruption cases. Okay, you're pointing to the delays in criminal justice system. Okay, right. So you're adding strength to the question when it says that the procedure under RPA 1950 is complicated. We have to simplify. It is because of the complications it is taking too much of a time. So you're adding a point. I accept that. Election Commission should filter out faulty affidavits that hides the punishments of the candidates. Okay, good point. See, and yeah, to answer your question, Archana, do you know the meaning of this word? See, uh, most of your points that you're writing would also be the correct points if at all the question happens to be like this. I'll type the question. Okay. If there is a question like this, okay, if there is a question like this, there is a need for speedy justice by reforming criminal justice system in India. Examine the statement and suggest measures to reduce delay. If I would have asked this question, I think whatever answers you said, separate courts, tribunals must be created. All that can also be the answers for this question also. But the question is asking you something specific, right? The answer is asking you a question about the need to simplify the procedure for disqualification of persons found guilty of corrupt practices. This is the key word here. Without knowing what is the exact meaning of corrupt practice, also you can still write an answer like the general points that you have given. It might appear relevant. It may not be the precise answer. It may not be the wrong answer which the examiner will just strike out. It will be appropriate to the question, but it is not the exact precise answer for the question. For that, you need to understand what is the meaning of this corrupt practice. So for those of you who have read RPA 1951, okay, RPA 1951 is where disqualification provisions are mentioned. Okay, in RPA 1951. So do you know? Was Sasikala disqualified? Okay, my first question is: Can Sasikala she contest elections to Tamil Nadu Legislative Assembly, or can she contest elections to Lok Sabha? No. Okay, you are saying no, right? But tell me, why can she not be? Why is that she cannot contest in future? Yeah, she can in future, but what do you mean by future? For how long can she not contest elections? Is there a time limit until when Sasikala cannot contest elections? Up to 6 years. I accept that. Yes. So basically, she was disqualified under provisions of RPA 1951. Let me ask you a question then. Was Sasikala disqualified under corrupt practices? Was she held guilty of corrupt practice? Was that why she was disqualified? Yes or no? Was Sasikala disqualified on grounds of corrupt practices? What would be your answer? Tell me. So Akash is saying no. Maheshwar is saying yes. What about others? No. If no, come on. If she was not a part of the government, then how could she even be arrested? No, she was actually incriminated on grounds of corruption. Okay, so she was involved in under an offense under Prevention of Corruption Act, and she was put behind the prison. Okay, let me restate my question. Was she held guilty for corrupt practices under Representation of People's Act? That is my question. Yes or no? Hmm? Yes, yes, yes. So why do you say yes? Tell me, why do you say yes? Because you know that she was involved in some corruption. Is that the reason why you are saying yes? Because you know that she has been arrested for corruption. Well, let me tell you, that is not the demand of the question. The demand of the question is, there is a need for simplification of procedure found guilty of corrupt practices under RPA. So there is something called as RPA is a law, just like Prevention of Corruption Act, which is a law. Sasikala could have been held guilty under various other corruption laws, but she was not held guilty under corrupt practices under RPA. There are certain provisions, I think section 125 of RPA 1951, which lists out what are all corrupt practices for the purpose of RPA 1951. That is not the corruption, that is the corrupt practices given under RPA 1951 are different from the corruption that a person does being as a part of the government, involving in scam. All that is different. That is not the corrupt practices under RPA 1951. Corrupt practice under RPA 1951 talks about you go and cast fake votes, capturing of the election booth, rigging the elections, bribing voters. Those are what are categorized as corrupt practices under RPA 1951. Okay. So unless you know this very precisely, and you should also know about, so for those people who say time limit has to be fixed, are you aware that already a time limit is fixed in RPA 1951? RPA 1951 already fixes a time limit of 6 months. Any election petitions regarding election disputes filed under RPA 1951, it should be dispensed away by the High Court within a period of 6 months. Already there are some provisions also. So when you write an answer and you write a point, time limit should be fixed. A maximum time limit should be fixed. இதெல்லாம் நீங்க எழுதுனீங்கன்னா, it will also indicate your lack of awareness about the provisions of RP 1951. Correct? So this is what I meant by question interpretation. You may think the question is about disqualification of criminals generally, but the question is very specific. Guilty of corrupt practices under RPA 1951. Okay, so if you would have known that, then you would know what are the problems associated. Even if I go and file a case in High Court that he involved in a case of bribery, what is the problem there? So have you ever come across anybody who has any, in the recent past, have you come across any MLA or MP who have been convicted for corrupt practices under RPA 1951? Sasikala, so at least are you now clear about, at least are you, see, sir, but RPA says he or she must not have been convicted for any offense in prison for 2 or more years. Is it not corrupt practice? See, Mageshwar, there are two provisions in RPA 1951. One is Section 8, the other one is Section 8, Amendment A. Two provisions. Section 8 talks about general imprisonment. Section 8A talks about disqualification on grounds of corrupt practices under RPA 1951. The question is very specific about disqualification under Section 8A of RPA 1951, not Section 8. What you are referring to is disqualification under Section 8. If, let's say, I am a murderer, I am convicted by the court for murder. Okay, murder is not a corrupt practice under RPA 1951, but murder is an offense for which the punishment is more than 2 years. Even for those instances, I am a criminal and I can be disqualified for a further period of 6 years. That is also a provision of RPA. That is Section 8. Section 8A is very specific. It talks about disqualification if I am convicted for a corrupt practice under RPA 1951. The entire question here is about Section 8A. What I am asking you is, Lalu Prasad Yadav or Shashikala or any other person, you would only find them, um, you would find them disqualified under section 8. Very rarely you will come across people, legislators disqualified under section 8A. Why? What is the reason for that? That is the question. So it is not about the delay in criminal justice system generally. That is a general issue altogether. But the question here is about when it comes to proving crimes under RPA 1951, it is not possible to be proved. What is the problems? That is what UPSC is asking in this question. Are you able to now perceive the difference between what you have thought and what actually the UPSC question is all about? Your answer is right. Finding evidences and proving guilt is extremely difficult. That's very correct. Why? Because the provisions of RPA itself has to be blamed for that. We will discuss it. Are you able to perceive the difference? What you actually had in mind and what actually is asked in this question? It is different. When you have something else in your mind and when you write an answer for this question, you would write somewhat correct answer, but that will not be the best answer for this question. That will not be the answer that can fetch you the highest of the marks. This is what is meant by question interpretation. Okay, this is how we will look at the other questions also. When we discuss that, you will have even better insights into how to approach polity questions. So just give me 2 minutes. I'll just fill in some water and we'll continue after that. Does election expenses filing come under corrupt practice? Yes, it does. You are right. That is a corrupt practice. So we have a set. We will discuss it today. Okay. Today we will discuss about what are all the different corrupt practices under RPA 1951. We'll have a discussion. So we'll have a look at the next question, and I'll show you. I'll share my my analysis. Just a minute. So this is my analysis of this question. Okay. So, and let me also tell you, don't be too much obsessed with current affairs. Okay. Just having an idea about current affairs will not help you about clearing mains examination. And I have made this analysis to point out being too much aware of anything and everything that happens around you will not help you strengthen the basics. Out of 9 questions asked in polity, except for 2 questions, all the other 7 questions can be handled even if you have not been reading newspapers. An example in this case is even this question is an example like that. Without having any idea about the news that is happening around you, if you know about the different provisions of RPA in 1951 precisely, you would still be able to get an answer for this question. So it is not direct from current affairs. Current affairs, as I told you, if by thinking, you may know that, yeah, not many people have actually been convicted because of corrupt practices. Just that seed can help you. Nothing more can be taken out from current affairs and it could not have been written. But by prior preparation on challenges and issues and shortcomings, weakness of RPA 1951, you would have been able to manage a very good answer for this particular question. Okay. So yeah, this is my opinion. This is my so what could you have read so as to have got an answer for this question? Have I ever suggested proposed electoral reforms of ECI in the previous classes? Have I ever suggested to this batch? I think now and then I have said this. Refer proposed electoral reforms. There is a very beautiful document. Have I not told you even once also for this batch? No. Okay. So for the purpose of elections, um, don't even read Lakshmikant. Maybe you can read Lakshmikant, but don't stop with Lakshmikant. That is not how you prepare. But what you can prepare from is from proposed electoral reforms of Election Commission of India. It is a document released by Election Commission. That is where the questions will be asked. What do you mean by reforms? The existing weakness in various electoral laws, which has to be cured, which has to be, loopholes have to be plugged so that reforms can be brought in, right? So Election Commission has studied the various electoral laws and it has come with a set of recommendations on what needs to be done. Okay. Please suggest some good points, some points for this question. Well, you have to do that. You have to find out from various sources. Me suggesting it is a waste of time, and I'll tell you why. Because the same question will never be repeated again in UPSC. So even if you don't know, and the purpose of previous year's question paper is like a reality check for you to check whether are you able to answer questions. Are you able to answer questions? Whenever you read and prepare, you should go back to the questions and you should be able to check, am I able to generate points? But I will discuss about it. Don't worry. I'll discuss about it when I take elections. I'll discuss about issues which have not yet been asked by UPSC in the previous years. Probably questions will come from only those areas. Me discussing the same topic again, I'll tell you the line of thought. I'll tell you the direction of thought that can be written as a point. As a point. That is what I have told you now. It is about section 8A. So what can be the points? I'll tell you the points. 4 points I'll tell you. The points is, well, when you read section 125 of RPA, which talks about corrupt electoral practices, it says that if a candidate or his agent, if they bribe the voter, okay, for voting for him, in that case, he is held liable to, he can be held guilty under RPA 1951. But do you think a candidate or his authorized agent will go from door to door and will he be distributing money? Do you think that is the way it happens? Is that the way it happens? This is the point that you have to bring in the answer. There are so many instances where people have taken photographs and they have sent it to the election commission and cases have been filed that this is a person belonging to DMK party and he is actually distributing money to voters to vote in favor. But the court dismisses. This is a petition filed by Saide Durasamy last elections. When he contested in Kolattur against Stalin, Saide Durasamy lost elections. He went and filed an election petition in the court saying Stalin bribed the voters. That was how he was able to win. Court said, we don't have proof. Yes, all the proof that you have produced does not point that bribe was given by the candidate or his authorized agent. So we cannot accept this as a conclusive proof. Okay. So that is why the case was actually dismissed, because in civil cases, the philosophy in justice system in India is different. In criminal cases, if a person has to be held guilty, there has to be proof beyond doubt. That is 100% the court should be satisfied that the proof is conclusive. Okay. In civil cases, it's an opposite philosophy. Even if there is a slightest of the doubt, then the court will hold you guilty. Civil offenses, the philosophy is different. Criminal offenses, since it's a crime, it's a matter of putting him behind bars. So that is why in criminal cases, the court, you would have heard about this principle in various Tamil movies. 100 நிரபராதி தப்பிச்சாலும் பரவாயில்ல, sorry, 100 குற்றவாளி தப்பிச்சாலும் பரவாயில்ல, ஒரு நிரபராதி தண்டிக்கப்படக்கூடாது. Correct? So that is the philosophy. Even if, weak evidences cannot be used to frame a person and make him guilty. The proof should be beyond doubt, beyond any doubt. 100% the court should be satisfied. And since this is a criminal case filed under RPA 1951, the court will not accept all these indirect evidences unless the person himself is caught on photograph. This is a problem that you can actually bring in. The next problem that you can actually bring in is with respect to delays, even though there are 6 months period which is given in the high courts. The problem is high courts are overworked. Even Madras High Court, if you take, Madras High Court spends one day, I think Thursday, one day, a single judge bench hears cases related to election disputes. If this is the case, when will we dispose of all the election petitions? It will take minimum 5 years. Even last year, this DMK MLA, I think his name is Appau, okay, some from South constituency. So he lost elections against a ADMK candidate. ADMK candidate, there is so much proof that he had bribed the voters, and the court has actually given verdict also that the ADMK candidate is now held guilty. But for the verdict to come, it is 5 years. Now the next elections has also come. I think he has even, the DMK candidate, he has even contested, and this time he has won again, I think. So the delay in holding, in incriminating, in holding them guilty, is because there are no exclusive separate benches that work full time dealing with election petitions. It becomes an additional work of High Court in addition to its normal work. Only one day a week in a court like Madras High Court, that such a court with a huge number of judges, even such a high court spends only one day per week, that to a single judge bench, for dealing with election petitions. This is the sad reality that is given importance for to deal with election petitions. Election petitions are basically, what are they? Election petitions, they are the petitions to hold a person guilty and to declare his election null and void on grounds of corrupt practices under RPA 1951. So all this has to be brought in your answer. Okay, and let me tell you, don't ever hunt for points. Don't ever ask faculty, or don't ever ask any websites or any sources, give me points, give me more points, I want to study. That is not the way how you can actually prepare for civil service exam. Preparation for civil service examination has to do with more of a spontaneous and an instantaneous retrieval of knowledge. You would be learning for the last 2, 3, 10 years, whatever you may be learning. All you need is the 3 best points to write, correct? 3 points of what you have learned in the last 2 years. Definitely there are 3 points for each and every answer. You just know how to make use of them to address the demand of the question. For that, you have to first capture the demand of the question properly first. Next is, whatever you know, you have to cherry pick the best possible points, and whatever way, even if the tone of the question is different, I'll use a similar kind of points to justify the demand. So that is what is called as, whatever may be the question, the same kind of point has to be tailored and constructed in such a way to suit the demand of the question. That's a skill that you will have to develop. Okay. So if you would have been already doing answer writing, and if you have all been already thinking, then I'm sure you would be getting, you'll be able to get what I'm saying about. So this is one question. Okay. We'll move on to the next question then. I don't know why I'm not able to share my screen. Just give me a minute. Something has happened and I'm trying to sort it out. So yeah, and in addition to that, you can also write another point also. See, this Sikkim chief minister, earlier chief minister, I forgot his name. So this guy was actually disqualified under corrupt electoral practices. He was disqualified. But when you read RPA 1951, let's say RPA 1951 provides a time period for disqualification. If I am involved in booth rigging or bribing the voters, let us say I can be disqualified for a period of 4 years. But can this period of disqualification under corrupt practices, can it be reduced? My question is, can the period of disqualification be reduced? Yeah, you're right. Indira Gandhi was disqualified in a similar manner. That's correct. She was actually held guilty for corrupt electoral practices. Yes, using government machinery for one's electoral practices is also election campaign is also a corrupt practices. Yes. There is another weakness when it comes to disqualification for a corrupt electoral practice under section 8A. What is that? I asked you a question. Can disqualification period be reduced, or is it mandatory that the person has to be compulsorily disqualified for 4 years? Can it be reduced? Yes, it can be reduced. That is given in section 11 of RPA 1951. Even if you are disqualified, the very next day, the election commission can actually reduce the period of disqualification. Okay. And you know how election commission in India works. Already there's so much of questions raised about the independence of election commission. So even after disqualification, they are just exempted by reducing the period of disqualification. So that is also another problem, weakness with respect to disqualification provisions in RPA 1951, but that cannot be written as an answer for this question. This question is, even to disqualify, it is very tough. That is the demand of the question. They are not asking you the entire problems associated with disqualification provisions in RPA. No, the provision is specific. Disqualification is becoming more and more difficult. Why? You have to only talk about other areas. How is a corrupt electoral practice defined, and how difficult it is to prove directly the connivance, the participation of the candidate. That is the angle in which the entire answer has to actually travel. Okay. See, I'll only teach you to think. I'll not give you the direct points. I can teach you that this is the way to interpret and this is the way to look at a question. The reason is because it's easy for me to memorize some 10 beautiful points for this question and come and dictate to you. But I believe that is a waste of time, because this question is never going to be asked. Every year UPSC asks very, very different questions in election related topics. The minute UPSC has exhausted all questions possible, it will once again change the pattern of examination. That is why UPSC changes the pattern. Okay, it doesn't want candidates to feel bored by asking the same kind of questions again and again. That's one good thing about UPSC. So you have to expect some very fresh areas, new areas of questions. So learn how to look at issues, learn how to think, learn how to decipher the intent of the questions. I think that will serve you more than enough. Don't even be worried about if you have, even if you have 1 point for this question, it's still okay. But if you know how to understand this question, what is the demand of the question? That is more important. Okay. So we'll look at the next question. Okay. From whatever we have discussed earlier, I'll take a question. Okay. So let me see how many of you are getting this answer right. So this is a question for 150 words. See, 150 words is so easy. You have to write only 1.5 pages. And let me tell you, out of 150 words, 30 words is gone for introduction and conclusion. Actually, you need to write a UPSC answer for 120 words or 110 words. 110 words, 3 points. 3 points is more than sufficient to, I can manage a beautiful 150 word answer with 2 points. So it is not in the number of points you get marks, it is in the satisfaction that the examiner gets when he reads your answer. The satisfaction is got from your beautiful introduction, from your conclusion, and most appropriate of the points than your competitors. Even if you write 10 points which are not so satisfying, it's better to write 2 points which are the most powerful and impactful differentiating points and get the highest of the marks, instead of writing 10 points which are such boring points, cliched points, general points, vague points, will fetch you no marks. Okay. So keep things simple and think out of the box. Don't confine your learning to points in Lakshmikant alone. So if you do that, you can get your answer correct. So tell me, how would you understand, how are you looking at this particular question? So just think for 1 or 2 minutes and we'll think for one more minute. After that, we'll continue. Yes. So tell me, what is your line of thought? Give me an answer. Okay. It talks about security of tenure for full 5 years without impeachment. How this could enrich the voice of opposition. Okay, that is correct. Uh, okay. Security of tenure without impeachment. Okay, how this could enrich the voice of, that's a very correct understanding. There's another point. No, this practice should not be adopted as he is most likely to be biased towards ruling party. That is not the correct interpretation of the question. No. What is the question asking about? Once a speaker, always a speaker. And let me tell you, uh, uh, so you should not look at the statement and say, oh my God, Polity sir has never taken this topic in class. Comparison of the constitutions has not been done. I did not study about UK constitution. I did not study about the position of British speaker. I will not have any points to write. No, not possible to study other constitutions. You have to find the intent of the question by reading the entire question. Do you think the practice should be adopted to impart objectivity? So it means that the question makes an assumption that this practice is an essential practice which can actually give more amount of impartiality to the office of the speaker. So it means that it is a good practice, right? They are asking you whether you agree that this practice has to be adopted in India also. The goodness associated, will those benefits accrue? Will those benefits, can they be tapped by Indians also if we adopt that practice? So there is an implicit assumption made the practice is a good practice. So you cannot say that no, he will become biased. How can that be the line of thought, right? So what could be its implications for robust functioning? So it means that the question makes a lot of assumptions. The question also assumes that it is ingredient for a very successful functioning of parliamentary democracy and parliamentary business. So basically the question makes this assumption that it is a good practice which we are still not having in India. So you should portray the entire point in such a way that this the answer can travel in the direction that yes, if it can be adopted, it can solve a lot of problems associated with the partisan role of the speaker. And don't you know, I'm sure you would have read about the partisan nature of the speaker's role. Yes or no? Yes. No, sir, if he is a speaker is for 5 years, then he cannot be made accountable by the opposition and he will take decision favoring ruling party for full 5 years of his tenure. I got your interpretation, but that is not how you should interpret the constitutional scheme. See, and okay, I'll ask you a question. Do you know that were you aware of the fact that a speaker in British House of Commons will have to resign from his party as soon as he becomes a speaker? Have you ever read about it somewhere else? Maybe in Lakshmikant you would have come across that. Yes or no? Yes. So don't you realize that The practice of speaker resigning from his party membership is because why? So that he is ensured that he is a neutral figure. Okay, the very practice of resigning is an act so as to prove that he is an independent authority. Okay, so it means that so that's a very good tradition which we don't follow in India. Even though we have a so in India, do we is the speaker allowed to resign from us in India? But here there is no provision of resigning in India. No, 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 you are wrong. What about others? Can you tell me? Is the Indian speaker allowed to resign from his party in India or not? Tell me. Have we discussed in the classes, in the previous classes? Yes or no? He can resign. He is provided. Yes, yes, we do have a provision. Anti-defection law, it has this exception when it comes to speaker. The speaker can resign from his post and still he will not be disqualified from his membership of the house. Maybe I think you have forgotten it. Okay, so that provision is still there in India also. But in India, it is voluntarily. In Britain, it has become a parliamentary convention. Anybody becoming a speaker, immediately he gives up the resignation from his party. Shows the independent nature of the office of speaker. Okay, so it is the speakers in India are not doing that. So the question is, do we have to make speaker uh, distant from his party affiliation? That is the question, right? You should actually accept to that statement and say that yes, it can solve a lot of issues. What are the issues? For that, you have to point out the partisan nature of the functioning of speaker. So that has to be brought in your answer, and you have to say that why is the speaker behaving in such a partisan manner? Because he is concerned about getting the support of the house. Otherwise, he will be removed from the post of speaker itself. That is the problem. So if he cannot be removed from the office of speaker, it is going to be good. So how can you impart that fearlessness? By making his office permanent. And what is the consequence of imparting fearlessness to his office? By giving a sense of permanency to his office, what is the significance? All the problems associated with partisan functions will go away. What are the problems of him being partisan in nature? Tell me. What are the problems associated with a political animal being the speaker? What are the problems? We have read about it so many times in many occasions. Anti-defection law. Have we not discussed that the speaker, let's say, if somebody defects from Congress party and comes and joins BJP in Lok Sabha, do you think the speaker will actually take a timely action against him? And do you think the speaker will remove him from the membership of the house? He will not do that. While he will punish a defector from BJP to Congress, he will not actually punish a defector from Congress to BJP. So these are some problems which are the problems of parliamentary democracy in India, right? And so this is one, and allowing time for opposition members to participate in discussions, and the way the farm laws were passed itself is a question. Okay, even though there was a division, members were raising protest against the farm laws, the speaker allowed voice vote to happen. Voice vote should not have happened if there is a division. He should have immediately gone for recording of the votes. But speaker, no, 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 such an authoritarian way of functioning. Why? Because he is still a party figure. That's the reason. Okay, and giving time for independence for discussion. All these things depends upon the nature of the speaker, devoid of party affiliations, right? So, so this is how you'll have to take this answer forward, and it's very simple. You cannot prepare anything for these kind of questions. There is no use of studying. I really believe there is no use of studying so many things that you are expected to study. You should study in a very targeted and a very thoughtful manner. Okay, especially for these constitution comparison and all, don't study anything. It's a waste of time going and studying about different provisions of different constitution. You should be clear about the Indian constitution, problems with the Indian constitutional arrangement. With that, you will be able to almost manage each and every question asked in the last years. You take the previous year's question paper, wherever there is a question asked about comparison of Indian constitution with other constitutions, you will be able to manage it
even with zero knowledge of the other constitution, if you know the problem of the Indian constitution setup. Okay, so it's only by analyzing the nature of the previous year question papers you will come to the correct understanding of how to prepare for polity related questions. Okay, so of course you will have a lot of points to bring in about the problems of partisan functions of speaker. You will know various points to write. I don't have doubts about that. So what is my opinion on this question? See, this is not at all something direct from current affairs. You can still manage this question with having a proper idea of the problems of Indian speaker, right? So can newspaper be helpful? So if at all you would have come across something, maybe it can be given as an example, but even by reading statically about the problem of speaker also, you can still go get this answer. Chance of going wrong, okay, not really manageable, at least can write another 100 words. Question is how impactful and prioritize. Yeah, the way you create a difference between other aspirants is the ultimate need of this giving an answer for this question. It's not a very difficult question. It's moderate. You have to just give some very convincing arguments. That's all. Okay. There are some other questions also to be discussed. Another 5, 6 questions. We will discuss it if we have time. So we'll take a break. So do you want to take a break for half an hour, or can we manage? Or is it okay to manage with 15 minutes break? We'll take a break for 15 minutes and then we'll start by 5:15. Okay, you want 20 minutes, sir? Okay, all right. Oh, you want half an hour? Okay, so if you want half an hour, then we'll take half an hour break, no problem. So then we'll restart by 5:30. We'll start by 5:30 and we will take our session up to 7:30 then. Okay. We'll next after the break we'll get into elections. Maybe once the syllabus is all over, if we have time, I'll try to discuss about other questions also. Okay. Okay, break for half an hour.
Okay. So we'll start our discussions. So elections is our next topic of discussion. So the constitutional mechanism for elections is provided under Article 324 to 329. These are the different articles which talks about elections. So these are the provisions of the Constitution. And in addition to the constitutional provisions, we should also know about Representation of People's Act 1950 and 1951. So in addition to that, there are two other rules, statutory instruments, which are also useful for the purpose of our elections. One is what is called as conduct of election rules. The other one is uh, so so these are the different provisions. One is this is constitution, this is a law, and these are subordinate legislations. Subordinate legislations made by Election Commission of India, because the power has been given under this legislation RPA 1951. RPA 1951 has vested Election Commission with the powers to make rules and laws and bylaws for the purpose of conducting elections. So Election Commission has come up with conduct of election rules and election symbols, uh, registration and allotment order. I'll just verify the name of this. Okay, just give me a minute. Not remembering the exact word. Election symbols. So not registration. I think it is reservation. Reservation and allotment order. Sorry. Reservation and allotment order. This is 1968. Okay. So it is based on this election symbols, reservation and allotment order. It is only based on that. Political parties are given symbols. Political parties are classified into national parties, state parties, registered parties. So it is for that purpose Election Commission has made any disputes regarding allocation of symbols. All that is discussed in Election Symbols, Reservation and Allotment Order 1968. But when it comes to day-to-day functions of how elections should be held, how EVM machines should be commissioned, who should be made as polling officers, all that for those purposes of conducting elections, managing elections, Election Commission has made conduct of election rules for that purpose. RPA 1950 has a specific purpose. 1951 has a specific purpose. We will discuss about them today. And in addition to that, they are all as a result of constitutional mechanism of Article 324 and 329, up to 324 to 329. So we will just have a look at the various constitutional provisions governing elections. Okay. So what does Article 324 say? Article 324 is what gives the power to Election Commission to conduct elections, to prepare electoral rolls. Okay, so many powers are given under Article 324 of the Constitution. Okay, Article 324, you have various clauses.
So in addition to what I'm discussing, you can also refer proposed electoral reforms from Election Commission of India's website. You will learn a lot from that. Okay. So we'll get into the class. I'll discuss about the provisions. Article 324. So what does it say? The constitutional provisions. It says the power to prepare electoral roll. Basically, electoral roll is the list of eligible voters. Preparing electoral rolls for what? Is it for panchayat elections? Is it for municipal corporation elections? No. Electoral roll is prepared for the list of voters for the purpose of state legislature, for the purpose of parliament, both houses of parliament, president and vice president. It is to conduct elections to these offices. First, electoral rolls have to be prepared. And who has the powers to create electoral roll? It is the Election Commission of India. So this is an important function of Election Commission of India. Once electoral roll is prepared, then the entire supervision for conducting elections, whether it is conducted free and fair or not, deputing officials from various services and posting them in various capacities, giving them responsibilities to go and conduct elections. So all that is done by the Election Commission. Okay. So to these offices, okay. So what is the composition of this body? Election Commission is a multi-member body. It comprises of 3 election commissioners, and out of them, one of them is the Chief Election Commissioner, plus 2 other election commissioners. Okay. So before I go any further, you should actually have an idea about the hierarchy of how this election is conducted. So at the top, you have Chief Election Commissioner and other election commissioners. They are all equals. CEC is the first among the equals. That's all. He does not have any veto powers or something like that. So we have Chief Election Commissioner, and under him, for each and every state, you will have an officer who is called as Chief Electoral Officer. This is for Tamil Nadu. Chief Electoral Officer for the state of Maharashtra, and it just goes on. Okay. Under each Chief Electoral Officer in a state, for the purpose of elections to state legislature and parliament. Okay, elections to state legislature and parliament. For that purpose, RPA, Representation of People's Act 1950-51, talks about representation in parliament and state legislature. RPA 1950-1951 does not have anything to do with president or vice presidential elections. Okay, so the hierarchy that I'm giving you now is for the purpose of elections to state legislatures and parliament. Under Chief Electoral Officer at the state level, at the district level, you have who is called as the District Electoral Officer, who is the district collector. Okay, so this is the machinery. Okay, and under DEO, okay, so we are now going into 2 different. So under a DEO, the election, this is a district. Under him, there are 2 different differentiation. One is for the purpose of RPA 1950. The other one is for the purpose of RPA 1951. Can anybody tell me what is the difference between RPA 1950 and 1951? Do you know what is the subject matter of both RPA? Representation of People's Act, 2 RPA have been made. One is in 1950, the other one is in 1951. So can anybody differentiate the respective scope of both Representation of People's Acts? Why are there 2 different acts? Anybody? You can type to the chat box SK. Okay, I will not see what is being typed here. I'll not be able to view this. So please type to chat box SK. See, the simplistic way of differentiating is RPA 1950 is everything before elections. RPA 1951 is for the purpose of during elections and after elections. So before elections, what do you do? Under RPA 1950, if you look at the various provisions of RPA 1950, it talks about, first is, it talks about delimitation of constituencies. Okay, it talks about reservation of certain constituencies in favor of scheduled caste and scheduled tribes. It talks about preparation of electoral rolls. It talks about eligibility to register as a member of electoral rolls. Okay, so these are some of the subject matter of RPA 1950. RPA 1951 is for the purpose of actual elections, conducting elections. It is for the purpose of filing nomination by the candidates. Who is eligible to contest elections? That is qualifications. Who are not eligible to contest elections? Disqualifications. Um, what are electoral offenses? That is during the time of elections, campaigning, conducting elections. What all can be the mischief that can be done? So once a mischief is done, how to deal with those mischief? Okay, so those matters come under the scope of RPA 1951. All the punishments, everything comes under RPA 1951. Okay, so under the district electoral officer, the collector, two different functions are performed. One is preparation of electoral roll. Then the other process is preparation and conduct of elections. So preparation of electoral rolls is done under RPA 1950. So under the district collector, you have an officer who is called as electoral registration officer. Okay, ERO, electoral registration officer. So he is a sub collector of a subdivision. Each sub collector is a ERO. Okay, this is for the purpose of RPA 1950. And I told you RPA 1951. So you're preparing an electoral roll for state assembly elections. Similarly, you're preparing an electoral roll for the parliamentary elections, Lok Sabha elections also. Okay. So RPA 1951, as I told you, talks about conducting elections. Okay. Elections is now conducted to Lok Sabha. Elections are now conducted to state legislative assembly. Okay. So for the purpose of conducting state legislative assembly election, each constituency, let's say you take Tamil Nadu, you take one district called as Coimbatore. Coimbatore or district. Okay. In this one district of Coimbatore, maybe you may have a district, Coimbatore district, because of its population, might have some 3 MPs, 2 or 3 MPs, right? And it may have some 6 to 7, not 6, more than that, 30 lakh population means it will have at least 8 MLAs, different parts of the district. So for the purpose of conducting elections to each MLA constituency, okay, state legislative assembly, each MLA constituency will one MLA has to be chosen. Each MLA constituency will have who's called as a returning officer. And it's the same sub collector who happens to be the returning officer of a subdivision, or it can be anybody, but usually it is a sub collector who's a returning officer. So sub collector performs 2 roles. One is under RPA 1950, under RPA 1951. Okay, so same is the role of the collector. Why I'm saying this is because election commission has the work of preparation of electoral rolls. It also has the work of supervising and the actual conduct of elections. Preparation of electoral rolls, you have the hierarchy. At the top level, you have chief election commissioner, CEO, chief electoral officer of the state. At the district level, you have district electoral officer, and lower than that, at each constituency level, you have electoral registration officer, who actually does the registration work of voters into the voter list. That is on one hand. For the purpose of supervision and conduct of elections, the same machinery, CEC at the top, chief electoral officer at each and every state levels, And lower than that, in the district level, you have the district collector, and lower than him, you have various returning officers. For each and every assembly constituency, you will have one returning officer. It is the returning officer who will actually conduct the elections, who is responsible for coordinating the entire election work in a particular constituency. And after the success of a candidate in the election, he returns a member to the house, he returns a member to the legislative assembly. That is why he is called as a returning officer. Okay, you just have to know broadly about this terms, because you will come across these terms when you read about the salient features of Representation of People's Act. When you go through the issues and challenges, all these terms will be used here in the returning officer, electoral return registration officer. In constitution you may not find these terms, but in the issues regarding elections you will come across these terminology, so it's better to know about them. Okay, so okay, so what does the constitution say? Constitution vests the power of supervision, preparation of electoral rolls, and actual conduct of elections to the office of president, vice president, legislatures in the hands of election commission. It's a multi-member body comprising of one chief election commissioner and two other election commissioners. Okay, what else? So yeah, President may from time to time fix an appointment of chief election commissioner and other election commissioners shall, subject to the provisions of made by law, may be made by the president. So what it says is, till date we don't have any law that is made by the parliament regarding election commissioners or chief election commissioners. So it is all at the discretion of the president. President determines, uh, president appoints election commissioners, anybody as per the opinion of the president. When I say president, it is basically effectively the council of ministers. So the president and his council of ministers will decide who will be the chief election commissioner and the other election commissioners. Okay, that is all. Okay, this provision is not necessary because we don't have any regional commissioners. If the workload of the election commission is too much, in that case, even president can also appoint regional commissioners to take care of certain regions. India can be broken into various regions and it can be given in the charge of regional commissioners also. Okay. Look at clause 5 of Article 324. Subject to the provisions of any law made by Parliament, the conditions of service and tenure of office of the election commissioners and regional commissioners shall be such as the President may by rule determine, provided that the chief election commissioner shall not be removed. Okay, this is where the problem lies. What clause 5, is it clause 5 of Article 324? Yeah, what clause 5 of Article 324 says is that chief election commissioner, election commissioners and chief election commissioners, their conditions of service, their tenure, everything is going to be decided by the president. Okay, but it gives a protection in favor of chief election commissioner. What is that? Constitution prescribes a difficult process of removal. The process is similar to the judge of high court. So you would know what is the procedure for removing a judge of a high court. A very difficult procedure, because a removal motion has to be passed in the parliament, which is virtually impossible. So that is the way how a chief election commissioner is assured a security of tenure. He is assured so that he can work independently. Okay. But what about the other election commissioners? The other election commissioners do not enjoy the security of tenure. The other election commissioners, they are dependent on the CEC. If the CEC gives an opinion to the president, remove the other election commissioner, see, the election commissioner can be removed. So he has no, the other election commissioners do not have such protection. This is also one reason why very rarely we come across election commissioners who would go against the wishes of the chief election commissioner. Even the Supreme Court has, in many instances, in many cases, it has reiterated again and again, election commissioners are not juniors to chief election commissioners. They are also equals. There's a landmark case which is called as T.N. Seshan versus Union of India. T.N. Seshan was a former chief election commissioner. So in that case, he was known to have brought in a lot of electoral reforms, and not brought in. He was known to have a very strict stand as a chief election commissioner. He ensured a lot of independence in the way election commission functioned when he was a CEC. So, in the case called as TN Session versus Union of India, the Supreme Court had said that Chief Election Commissioner does not have veto power. Any decision in the Election Commission has to be taken by consent, by majority. Okay, two of them, if they think so, if election commissioners, if both of them, if they decide, that will be the opinion. So he's just first among the equals, and he is not a superior to any of the election commissioners. But the way the constitution provides for, the constitution says election commissioners can be removed on the advice given by the CEC. Okay, that is the reason why most of the decisions of the election commission tend to be the chief election commissioner's decision. Very rarely we find officers in election commissioner's role going against or opposing the chief election commissioner. Just because the constitution provides for independence of CEC doesn't mean that the CEC will always be an independent authority. There could be instance when the CEC might be expecting some post-retirement employment avenues, so he could be favoring the government. If that is the case, at least the election commissioners must have the freedom, must have the fearlessness to take a strong stand even against the ruling government. But it does not seem to happen very frequently. Late in 2019 general elections, when it was held, there was one election commissioner. His name was Ashok Lavasa. Okay, so do you know who's the present chief election commissioner? Do you have any idea who's the present chief election commissioner? Do you know his name? Have you come across his name in the newspapers? Sushil Arora. Okay, Sunil Arora, Sushil Arora. Okay, is it so? Has the election commissioner not changed? Oh yeah, yeah. Okay, right. Eh, His name is Sushil Chandra. Okay, Sushil Chandra. Yes, yes, yes. Arora was the previous guy. Okay, Sushil Chandra is the present guy. So Chandra, he was earlier an election commissioner, and now he is now promoted to the post of chief election commissioner. But before Sushil Chandra was posted, Sushil Chandra is a IRS officer. He's an IRS income tax officer. Okay, a very senior officer. He was in the highest position in income tax department. He was a member of Central Board of Direct Taxes. When you get into the IRS, slowly you climb your way from assistant commissioner of income tax, deputy commissioner, joint commissioner, you become commissioner, then principal commissioner, principal chief commissioner. The last position you can aspire to be is the member board of direct taxes. Okay, Central Board of Direct Taxes. So he was a member of Board of Direct Taxes, but CBDT actually comes under the Revenue Ministry, Finance Ministry. So even over this IRS officer as the authority of CBDT, over him sits a IAS officer who is the Secretary of Finance Ministry. So this person, he was a member of Board of Direct Taxes. Then he was brought in after his retirement. He was brought in as the election commissioner. Okay, and this election commissioner, there was one more senior officer to this election commissioner. His name was Ashok Lavasa. Okay, if you have time, maybe you can study about him. He's a very, very upright officer, IAS officer. He was known for a lot of reforms when he was working in the fields and such things. So he was also an election commissioner along with Sushil Chandra. Both of them were election commissioners when 2019 election took place. And the CEC was some Arora, who was the chief election commissioner. During that time, Congress had made a complaint to Election Commission that BJP is using government schemes for its personal political propaganda, something like that. Okay, so it was actually in the context of yeah, no, it was in the context of this Balakot strike, which happened. So, so the success of killing terrorists was portrayed as if it was a personal success of Modi, and Hindu versus Muslim kind of a feeling was created. So uh, Congress raised this matter up to election commission, and in election commission, the election commissioner Ashok Lavasa gave a very strong note against against BJP. Okay, but very rarely we come across these kind of instances where and he even came in the open, and this issue why this issue came out in the open was chief election commissioner returned the note back. He said, don't give such kind of strong note against BJP, change your note and give a different note. Ashok Lavasa said, I'll not change, it will be the same note only. Okay, so then this issue came out in the open. So since it came out in the open, it became a news, and people were surprised. Oh, how can an election commissioner take a strong stand against a ruling government? It's very courageous of him, you know. So why I'm saying all this thing is, it's very rare for election commissioners to take a strong stand against chief election commissioner because of their fear that CEC will give a very wrong will give an advice to the president to remove them. If they are removed, then tomorrow they cannot become the chief election commissioner, which is such a powerful post, very prestigious post. So it is this fear which prevents them from election commission from acting in a very independent manner. Okay, if at all both the election commissioners are also given the necessary independence, just like the CEC, who knows? Maybe the two election commissioners might even take a strong stand against the political parties' electoral mispractices, malpractices. So that is why this constitutional provision does not really afford the necessary independence that is required for election commission to act in a very independent manner. That is why when you go through proposed electoral reforms, the very first chapter in the document proposed electoral reforms pertains to independence of the election commission. The very first point that is suggested is to empower other election commissioners on the same lines as that of CEC, so that it can impart fearlessness in the functions of other election commissioners. Okay, so this is one. This is how UPSC will ask question. What measures do you think can be suggested to strengthen the role of election commission in curbing the electoral malpractices of political parties? So you may have a lot of points, but these are some important points that must find their place in the answer. Okay, so to know that, you should know about these proposed electoral reforms, because whatever you find in your Lakshmikant about electoral reforms, they are all erstwhile yesteryear's electoral reforms. They are electoral reforms which are already over. Election Commission UPSC will not ask about reforms which have already taken place. A reform that took place in 1989 was reducing the vote of age of voters from 21 to 18. That is a long bygone reform. Why would UPSC ask about that? Another reform which happened in 2002 was all candidates were asked to declare their criminal backgrounds. That is also long over. There is no need to study about that. So when you read Lakshmikant, just know that, don't memorize it because it is of no use. But when you read proposed electoral reforms, try to focus more and try to remember the article numbers, provisions in RPA 1950, 1951, all that which Election Commission has asked to be amended so as to completely give some independence to this election process. So reading from proposed electoral reforms is your work that you should do. It's a 100-page document, but don't get scared of the size. It's so easy. One page you will complete in 2 minutes. So 100 pages, hardly you will take some 4 hours. That's all to complete it. Okay, just go through it once. You will learn a lot of issues regarding elections. So this is one important step that can be taken. Okay. What other reasons do you think prevents the election commission from acting very independently? Can you think of any other reasons? If you have already read something about election commission and all, can you think of any other reasons that prevents election commission from acting in a very independent manner? What other reasons can be pointed out? Are you typing to my other chat box, or what is happening? Okay. Oh, so no, so basically nobody's typing then. Okay, you're typing here only. They are not prohibited from posted to other positions post retirement. That's a very wonderful point, right? There is no ban on further postings of election commissioners, right? That is why even late, of late, there are talks that this earlier chief election commissioner Sunil Arora might be even posted as a governor or something, right? Governor of a state, or there was some news in the newspapers. Okay, that's a very good point. No future ban on post-retirement postings. Okay, under the government of India or such uh, constitutional posts, right? And what else? What other issues do you think? If you look at if you go and read the constitution, you will also understand. When you read CAG, when you read the provisions regarding CAG, so can you tell me why is CAG so independent? Why is Supreme Court of India so independent? Tell me, Supreme Court of India, why do you think it's able to behave in such an independent manner? CAG, compare CAG, Supreme Court, and compare and tell me what is there in CAG's authority that makes it so independent? Constitutional power. Very good point. Own staff. That's very correct. Supreme Court can recruit its own staff. Supreme Court is not dependent on government to recruit manpower for running the Supreme Court. Supreme Court can conduct exam, it can recruit its own set of clerk, clerical, and ministerial staff. And what else? Charged under consolidated fund. That's a very, very correct point. The entire expense of CAG, his office, his staff, similarly, Supreme Court's entire expenses, Supreme Court's staff, their expenses, their salaries, the salaries of judges, pensions of judges, everything is charged on the consolidated fund of India. But that is not the case with respect to election commission. Election commission's expenses are a part of voted expenditure. Election commission has to go begging before the government, please give me money, I want to conduct meeting with chief electoral officers, please give me money, I want to have diesel to run my vehicle. If it has to go and ask money from the government each and every time, do you think it can have the independence? Not at all possible. In reality, not possible. Chief election commissioner, even to have his accommodation, electricity bill, to pay his electricity bill, he has to be dependent on the government. So these are the reasons why CEC is not, election commission is not as independent as the other institutions. Okay. So that is why Prashant Kishore has also recently pointed out, I am bored, I'm quitting the space, because election commission is not behaving independently. It is just working like an agent of BJP. So he is saying that, correct? So why? Because it so happens that ruling party always has an advantage in arm twisting the election commission of India, because ACI does not have all these powers. So you can say the first reform that is needed is election commissioners must be made equal to the CEC. Okay. Second reform that is needed is expenses of election commission. This should be made as a charged expenditure. The other reform that is needed is an independent secretariat for Election Commission of India. What do you mean by this independent secretariat? For legislature and for, as I told you, Supreme Court, it can conduct its own exam and it can recruit its own manpower, not dependent on the executive. But election commission, even if it wants to send an election observer to a state, whether election is held properly or not, it has to ask the central government, please give me one IAS officer. I want to send him as an election observer. And what kind of an IAS officer might be sent by the ruling party? Tell me. Who do you think will be sent as an election observer by the ruling party? Somebody who is favorable to the ruling party, he will be sent as an election observer. So what will he do? He will come there, sleep for the entire 10 days of elections in circuit house in the government guest house. After that, whatever documents are signed, he will just sign. Whatever the election observer, he will be stationed for the entire election period. so that the opposition party can come and complain to the election observer. They can show some photographic proof and they can tell the election observer, sir, money distribution is going on there. Please go and stop that. And immediately election observer will call the district electoral officer and he'll say, I have received a complaint. So make sure police is sent there. But if such a kind of an election observer is sent, what kind of step will he take? He will not do anything. So this is how election commission's independent stand against the political parties who are involving in corrupt practices is not actually becoming a reality, because for its own staff, election commission has to be dependent on the executive. So that's why election commission says, if I can have my own full-time staff working for election commission, I would not have this problem. If they are directly under my control, if I alone have disciplinary control over those staff, then they will be working as proper election observers. So these are some of the reforms which have to be brought in by amendments to the constitution. You have to make amendments to these articles 324. Only then these kind of reforms can even become possible. And that is why the title of the document is Proposed Electoral Reforms. Election Commission is proposing, please do these reforms so that I can become strong. But who is in charge of making these reforms? Constitution amendments. BJP has to bring in these amendments. Do you think BJP will bring in these amendments? It will not. That is why no ruling government will bring in these reforms. Both parties, Congress or BJP, whichever party comes to power, they would always want a weak election commission. They will not want a strong election commission. So this is the problem of democracy. To achieve it, even for example, the first past the post system, it's very advantageous for BJP. Not just for BJP, anybody who wants to win elections in this present framework will make use of first past the post system by swinging the votes, the swing votes in their favor. Just 1% more than the second person, you win elections. So a party has to win elections through following the methods of first past the post system. So the party to win elections becomes an expert in practicing the first past the post system method. Do you expect such a party to come to power and then bring in amendments to the constitution to make proportional representation a reality? Will it even work? Do you think it will even work out? It will not. That is why people have to realize if a political party comes and gives them a mandate saying that when I come to power, my first agenda is to bring in proportional representation. When I come to power, my first agenda is to make modifications to constitution to empower election commission. So basically what I'm saying is, parties by themselves will never bring in any of these amendments. In fact, parties have gone all their way out uniformly, both BJP as well as Congress. They have taken whatever is possible whenever they are in power to weaken RPA, to make loopholes in RPA again and again. So we will discuss all those things. Okay, that is our discussion on salient features of RPA 1951. Okay, so what other provisions are there in the constitution? Let's have a look. So this is with respect to article 324, and the next provision is 325. So what does it mean? Article 325 provides certain grounds for exclusion to be registered as a member of electoral roll. That is, only on certain grounds you can, Article 325 prevents exclusion on certain grounds. If you are, it is your right to become a voter, but your right can be controlled. Your right to become a voter can be restricted on various grounds. Okay, but not on certain grounds. On what all grounds can your right to be registered as a voter not be restricted? There are some grounds here: religion, race, caste, and sex. Only on these four grounds you cannot be registered to be. You cannot be refused registration in the electoral roll. But in other criteria you can be. What are the other criteria? The other criteria is with respect to anybody. Tell me, what are the other criteria on the basis of which a person can be refused registration in the electoral roll? Any answers? Place of birth, wrong. It is not place of birth. Unsound mind, that is a correct answer. You are not even mentally stable. How will you go and choose your representative? Mental incapacity is definitely a reason. Unsound mind, yes. And what else? Disability is not a ground. No, 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 no. Disability cannot be a ground. Of course, even disabled people have to be represented. It is only mentally unsound state which prevents an elector from participating in a conscious manner. That is why uh, they are refused. Illegal migrant from other countries. First of all, only citizen, only citizens are eligible to be registered as a voter. Aliens cannot be registered as voters. Let's be clear about that. I am talking about when it comes to citizens, on what other grounds can registration be refused? Come on, you know the answers. Age is a criteria. Adult suffrage. So what do you mean by adult? Yes, if you're not 21, if you're less than 18 years of age, you will not be registered as a voter. Okay, so that is definitely one ground. And what else? What else? Imprisonment, that is correct. Criminality, criminal antecedents. If you are a criminal, you cannot be given your vote. You will exercise your vote to choose another criminal only. Okay. So what kind of crimes? Hardcore crimes, not for minor offenses like pickpocketing and all those kind of crimes. Okay. So yes, on grounds of imprisonment, your right to vote can be restricted. Of course, that is right. What other criteria? Another basic criteria, very basic criteria, just like age, place of residence. Does preventive detention come under it? No. Preventive detention, you are eligible to vote. So we have some provisions in RPA 1950 and 51 which prevents certain kinds of people from casting their vote. Okay, we will see what they are after some time. But what is the other criteria? Is there any other criteria? Place of residence is a very valid criteria. You have to be a resident of that particular constituency. Only then you can become eligible to be registered as a voter. Okay, residence can be a criteria of exclusion, age criteria of exclusion, mental state criteria of exclusion, criminal backgrounds exterior criteria of exclusion. Okay, so yes, see, it's given here, given Article 326. Parliament, legislature can make any law, and what is the purpose? Legislature can make law to exclude people on ground of non-residence, unsoundness of mind, crime or corrupt or illegal practice. You can be made ineligible to be registered as a voter. Okay, I'll ask you a question. Can state legislatures make laws with elections, with respect to elections? Hmm? Is it possible? No. Okay. Is it so? Look at the constitution. The constitution also gives the power 327 and 328. Power is given in the hands of both parliament as well as state legislatures. If parliament has not made a law on a particular subject, then state legislatures can also make laws. Okay, so keep this in your mind. Yeah, yes, it is very easy to think that there has to be uniformity and hence state legislatures must not make laws, but that is not the case. Parliament has given the power even in the hands of state legislatures. If parliament has not made law, to fill in the gaps, state legislatures can also make laws. Okay, so keep this in your mind. Okay. Look at 329, bar to interference by courts in electoral matters. The validity of, okay, so uh, there are two subclauses A and B to Article 329. What is that? States only with respect to panchayat and municipal elections, sir. That is a different power. Okay, so can I ask you a question? Can Parliament make laws with respect to municipal and panchayat elections? If I ask you a question like that, what will be your answer? Can they make laws with respect to municipal and panchayat elections? No. Why? Why no? The correct answer is no, not yes. Why do you say no? Why is that so? Hmm? State legislatures only because it is a state subject. Yes. So Parliament cannot make laws with respect to municipal and panchayat elections because local bodies is a subject matter of state list first. But so what is given in 327 and 328 is not with 328, the power of legislature of a state to make provision with respect to elections to such legislature. So such legislature here means state legislature. It is not about panchayats or municipalities. Article 324 to 329 does not talk anything about elections to municipalities or panchayats. It talks only about elections to state legislature and parliament. So you cannot assume the power given under Article 328 to be the power of state legislatures to make laws for panchayats and municipalities. No, that is separate. This is separate. Read this carefully. Look at this. Subject to the provisions of this constitution, the legislature of a state may from time to time by law make provision with respect to all matters relating to or in connection with elections to the house or either house of the legislature. That is, state legislatures can also make laws with respect to elections to that house only. So what is given as the power under Article 328 is the power of the state legislatures to make laws with respect to state legislature. This is not the power to make laws with respect to panchayats or the municipalities. Are you clear? Hmm? Okay. So 329 prevents two kind of interference of the courts. What is that? Any question regarding the preparation of electoral roll? The other one is with respect to delimitation of constituencies. So tomorrow, let's say I have migrated from Coimbatore to Chennai. I am staying here. I would want to be registered as an electoral. I want to be registered in the electoral roll here in Chennai. So I go to my sub collector here. I give him all my details and I get form 6. I want to be registered as a voter. So sub collector has just forgotten my form was lost in his office. So when the electoral roll is finally published, I look at that. I'm shocked. My name is left out. Okay, now I'm not able to cast my vote because my name is not there in the e-roll, right? So can I go and move the court? Is it possible to go and move the high court, say, file a writ petition that my fundamental right of voting has been violated? So stop elections. First of all, it is not a fundamental right. So that is why no writs can be issued for violation of this. And moreover, constitution actually bars interference of the courts. Or I cannot actually access any court. Yes, my democratic right is violated, but that is the fate. I can only accept it and move on with my life. I cannot go and unnecessarily disturb the court because the constitution forbids such interference because these processes are so prone to error. You can never minimize error because it involves hundreds of officers to prepare electoral roll. Definitely there will be one or two errors which can creep in because of human element. That is why on grounds of exclusion, if you go and file a challenge in the court, unless the case is disposed, does it mean that the elections should be stayed? Elections should be prevented from being conducted? Democracy, uh, 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 a living democracy is more important than one person's vote being denied. Okay, so it is with these assumptions, just to have a smooth election process, courts are barred by the constitution itself from interfering into these two matters. Same is the case with constituency demarcation. After my constituency is demarcated, now I feel that I should have, maybe I'm a candidate, and I feel because of the way the constituencies are demarcated, now my entire political base is eroded. The way the constituency has been demarcated, all my Muslim voters who used to vote for me, all of them have now gone to the adjacent constituency. So my entire politics in my constituency is now going to disappear. If I have such concerns, and I go to the court and I say that intentionally delimitation commission has made these kind of demarcations so as to eliminate Muslim vote bank in all the constituencies, so please look into this matter and ask the delimitation, because there are 100 possible ways of how a constituencies can be demarcated. Correct? Yes or no? Hmm? Constituencies are demarcated based on population. 2 lakh people. It could be any 2 lakh, right? You can just create and recreate constituencies with any 2 lakh combinations of the people. Isn't it so? So these are not questions which can be questioned in the court of law. These are, what do we say? There is always a bias. There is always a possibility of a different kind of a solution which can come from different kinds of delimitation of constituencies. So that is why these kind of questions should not be interfered by the courts, and that is why constitution bars the interference of the judiciary on these two matters. Okay, so just remember them. Did you understand what did I say about this? Do you understand about why courts are barred from interfering in this matter? Yes. Okay. All right. So these are some of the constitutional provisions concerning elections. Okay, we'll move on. We will look into various issues with respect to RPA. So how we will proceed for any further from here is by trying to find out answers for questions. So what is my first question? I'll just type in my first question. So there are various themes which have been asked in the previous year's question papers on the mains regarding elections. This is an important topic when it comes to mains. Every year, at least one question will be asked from elections, and every year, every question is different. That is a very interesting about UPSC. So this is the question which I have framed, and you can probably think an answer for this question. Absence of intra-party democracy is the single main reason for the flaws inherent in democratic politics in India. Examine the significance of political parties in democracy. Why is the question not completed? Wait, wait, wait. Okay. We have to change the question a bit. Examine the statements and highlight the significance of political parties in India. Okay, that could be a better question. Absence of intra-party democracy is a single main reason for flaws inherent in democratic politics in India. Examine the statement and highlight the significance of political parties. Let that be the question. Yeah, that's very correct answer. Hereditary politics. But my question is, you have to bring in the flaws in democratic politics. How is it? How is it? Yeah, hereditary politics is the consequence. So, what is the end impact? If you don't have intra-party democracy, it results in hereditary politics as a phenomenon. What is the larger consequence of hereditary politics? What is the impact on democracy because of hereditary politics? Think for 2 minutes and maybe we can do our discussion after that. Can you repeat the modified question? Okay. The question is, okay, nothing. The question is not modified. Just examine the statement or critically examine the statement. That is the question. Forget about everything else. The statement is absence of intra-party democracy is a single main reason for flaws inherent in democratic politics in India. Okay. Examine the statement or discuss anything. That's a very good answer. It may result in powerful caste domination, resulting in biased decision. Yes. So yes, that's also another consequence because of having lack of intra-party democracy. Anything else? Something, some more significant points. Loss of trust on that party. Yes, that's very good. Slowly, if it goes on, people will start. People will start um, losing touch with the ideology of that party. They will start getting alienated from the ideology for which the party stands for. And the other consequence is the party itself will change because the party is no longer for the purpose of the ideology, but rather it is for the purpose of the family, or it is for the purpose of a particular group, caste group, or a class group, right? Or for a criminal group. So that is why the party, with its ideology, because of which it attracted members, because of which the party was able to become stronger and stronger with time, that completely it starts changing, right? It has an ideological impact on the party for sure. That is the first point. Consequences of lack of intra-party democracy, because of which decisions that are taken to favor a family or a class or a group, it slowly it erodes the ideology of the ideological commitment of the party, right? That is one. Yes, another important consequence is that party members lose hope on democracy. Yes. So, what is the consequence of party members losing hope? Hmm? You take the case of, so do you know, for okay, this is a question put into Tamil politics, Tamil Nadu politics. Do you know why was MDMK formed? Vaiko's party, MDMK. Do you know why was it formed? Very good point. Youngsters may not be interested in mainstream politics. Yes, it prevents people from aspirational classes when they feel that they don't have a fighting chance in that party. It is a family-controlled party. Nobody can even raise a question in that party about the decisions of the leadership. Then people will slowly not be interested to come into politics. Democracy becomes the nature of democracy changes. The entire political setup will start functioning for a particular group of people. Fear of Vaiko taking over DMK since Stalin was given the opportunity. That is all very correct. So Vaiko broke DMK. So he went out of DMK and majority of the district secretaries of the time in DMK, they all rallied behind Vaiko. They all went out, but the future showed Vaiko's decision was wrong decision. For at least for him, it became disadvantageous. For DMK, it became favorable. For Karunanidhi, it became even more favorable for him and for his family. People accepted Karunanidhi over Vaiko, right? So, what I'm trying to point out is there is a problem here because of lack of intra-party democracy, where Vaiko and other such people feel that they cannot question the leadership. Then they start feeling that they do not have the space to express their frank opinions in the political party. This is not the political party into which they have entered. So if this is the case, Vaiko breaks the party. That is the consequence. Okay, this is a negative consequence of lack of intra-party democracy. And breaking a political party is actually a disservice to the people of Tamil Nadu. Okay, this is a phenomenon called as fragmentation of political parties tend to happen because of lack of intra-party democracy. When fragmentation happens, what is the, why do I say, just give me a minute, I'll just switch on the light. Just think about, why do you think fragmentation of political parties is a negative for the people of Tamil Nadu? That is what I said, right? Why do you think so? Just tell me a reason for it. Yes, what is the reason? Why do I say fragmentation is a problem? The problem is DMK, very good points, a lot of good points have been brought out. DMK is a party which was formed because of mobilization. It is not just because of Karunanidhi DMK was formed. It was formed by efforts of people, so many people before him during his time, and even during his time also. It's not one man's party or anything. So when a party gets broken, or the efforts of Anna, Periyar, whatever, whoever had put in so as to create this party as one organization, all their efforts are going to go waste. If 10 people break the party into 10 different ways, people are now confused on who to vote for, right? The entire ideological base is finally shattered, right? So these are some of the problems associated with fragmentation of parties. But why does it happen? It is because of lack of intra-party democracy. Okay, so it can even result in hung assembly, political vacuum, people are left leaderless. All these problems result. Why? Because lack of intra-party democracy. So why do you think there is a lack of intra-party democracy? Tell me the reasons for that. So we have now spoken about the consequences that happen because of lack of intra-party democracy, fragmentation of political party, and feudalization of politics. This is what is called as feudalization, captured by a family, captured by a caste group. All that is called as feudalization. This is one other consequence. The other consequence can be marginalization and alienation of voters. People start slowly distancing themselves from politics. Can definitely happen. And so yes, these are some of the consequences. But why do you think? Yes, yes. Now current MNM, we don't know what is going to happen to MNM. But let's see. So I'll ask you another question. Do you think our constitution and do you think our entire electoral laws, Representation of People's Act, conduct of election rules, what is the focus of all these legislations? Is it to allow more and more political parties to come up in India, or is it to discourage more and more political parties to come up in India? What would be your answer? What is the purpose of all these election laws and rules? Is it for more and more political parties to be formed, or is it for less political parties to be formed? What do you think is the orientation of of uh, these legislations? Less political parties. That's very correct. That is why independence. That is why it is easy to contest election as a member of political party, but it is difficult to contest election as an independent. Okay, political parties are given some advantages over independents. Candidates of political parties, a lot of benefits are given. Independents don't have benefits because because more and more independence means people have more and more confusion on who to choose. Okay, it is not just in India, world over that is the trend. World over, all political systems are geared towards political parties more independence. The entire political system is geared towards reducing the number of political parties by making sure there are only two alternatives, either this party or that party. It becomes easier because everybody in between, see, there are only two political spectrum: right, left politics, right politics, conservative politics, revolutionary, radical politics. Everything else is a centrism. You can even shift to that side also, you can shift to this side also. So ideally speaking, there are only two types of ways of looking at politics. So why do you have to have the middle way? The middle level parties will shift here also, they will shift there also. Why cause confusions? So that is the global idea behind political parties. Everywhere the political system is geared towards preventing multiplication of parties. It is geared towards prevention of independence from entering more and more. And India also is no exception. Even in India also, when you see the various provisions, we'll see them today, you will come to an understanding how this entire electoral setup is favorable towards parties more than independence. Okay, so yes, so the question that I asked was, what are the reasons? The very correct answer is the system of whip of political party. That's a very correct answer. uh, Parliament is called as the temple of democracy. Parliament is considered to be the training ground for future for future leaders in the practice of democracy. But do we really, do we actually have a system like a British Parliament in India where people can criticize, debate, discuss, healthy discussion, all these things? Do you think it can even happen in an Indian parliamentary setup? It cannot happen because because we have anti-defection law. Because we have anti-defection law, that is the main reason why dissent is curbed at the smallest. So you look at this. I am a new member to this political party, and I see my senior who is 35 years of age or 50, sorry, who is 50 years or 60 years of age, sitting as a, I find Durai Murugan. Okay, Durai Murugan is a MLA of DMK, and I am just a new party member to DMK. So who is my role model? It is Durai Murugan who is my role model, right? And when I see Durai Murugan questioning Stalin, how can Udayanidhi Stalin be given MLA ticket when there are so many youngsters who are toiling hard for the development of this party? Why are you giving it to your son? When I see Durai Murugan asking these kind of questions, I would feel empowered, right? I would feel that okay, I should also be like him. I should also be fearless enough to discuss about what is good for the health of the party rather than pleasing my leadership. But how does Durai Murugan function? Do you think he will ever function against the decision of the leadership? Do you think he can? Why? Because anti-defection law. Any question to the leadership of the party will be considered as if he has voluntarily given the resignation of the party itself. Did we discuss about it? Anti-defection law. When did we discuss about the various problems in anti-defection law? Did I not tell you the term voluntarily giving up the membership of the party has not been clearly defined? Did we discuss about that? Yes or no? When we discussed about the various problems of anti-defection law, yes. Just because you have praised an opposite party member, there were instances where members of the political party have been removed from the membership of the party and from the house, because that act was construed by the speaker as if it was a act of voluntarily giving up the membership. So that is why no opinion, no sound comes from the party members, seniors against the leadership of the political party, because they may even be removed from the membership of the house. So if that is the case, uh, I mean, so this is also a case. Anti-defection law is a reason why intra-party democracy within the political party is dead, because nobody wants to question for the fear of being thrown out of the party. That is another reason. Okay. So what else? What else could be the reason for lack of intra-party democracy? Can you tell me? Can you think of any other reasons? No retirement age, but that's okay. Do you think Manmohan Singh should have retired from politics or from Congress party? No, not necessary. Any other reasons are you able to think of? Belief of monarchy. Oh, no, 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 no. What do you mean by belief of monarchy? Oh, you can construe. I can construe your statement as something else. It can be something to do with um, belief. Instead of saying that it is about the role of charisma in politics. Okay, so that can you can say instead it is about personality centric nature of Indian politics. That can be said as an answer. Yes, one person, Karnanidhi, Modi, Jayalalitha, that personality centric nature of Indian politics can also be said. Instead of issue based politics, it becomes a personality centric politics. So because of which whatever a leader does is correct, nobody should question the leader because leader is the supreme leader. Correct. Anna solitaire. So that is all because of the personality centric nature. So anything else? Any other reasons can be attributed to this lack of intra-party democracy? Yes, there are some other reasons also. What else? Criminalization of politics itself is a reason for lack of intra-party democracy, or you can even say both are like symbiotic. Criminals come into politics, democracy in a party dies. Democracy dies in a party, more and more criminals will start coming into a party. So this is how it becomes. Okay. Why would criminals be? Why do you think criminals are more favored into a political party? Why do you think so? What is the reason for criminalization of politics? It's because criminals come into political parties, the intra-party democracy dies. But my question is, this can be a reason for for a lack of intra-party democracy. But my question is, why do criminals enter into politics? What do you think could be the reason? Very good, very good. They can be prevented from court proceedings. Once they capture power, their criminal antecedents will not become a problem for them. They can influence the criminal justice system. That is why criminals want to come into come and capture power, because most of the criminal cases might be pending in the trial courts, not in high courts or supreme courts. Their cases are all pending in the trial courts. And who are the trial court judges? They are all appointed by the state government. Actually, lower judiciary has a lot of problems than the higher judiciary. Lower judiciary, the judges are not independent judges. They are completely subservient to the state government. So whoever comes to power, they will be able to ensure that the murder case that is pending in the lower court will not proceed. It will just get stayed. That is why criminals are so keen on getting into power. So that is fine. But another reason for criminals entering into power is because they are able to provide the money and muscle power required to tilt the electoral outcomes in their favor. Okay. Once they, because these days politics has become more intensive of money and see, politics earlier was both muscle power and money power dominated. Today, muscle power has disappeared from the politics. Only money power is still remaining intact. Do you know why muscle power has gone away? Do you understand what do I mean by muscle power? Hmm? The reason for criminals coming into politics is because of politicians' need for muscle power. Because they wanted to capture elections, they wanted to capture voting process, they wanted to cast fake votes, they wanted to rig the elections, they wanted to threaten and intimidate opposition parties. So politicians started nurturing lower level petty criminals. They became criminals to work for the politicians. So once they started criminals, they were able to find better business avenues. So they were able to make money a lot. And once criminals started making money, now they get alternative thoughts. Why should I always work for a pro politician? Why not I become myself a politician? Because he already has muscle power with him. Now he has earned money power also. That is why finally criminals are the only ones who are left out, left behind in the politics, because they have both muscle and money power. But these days, muscle power is not has no meaning at all. Okay, why? Why do I say so? Muscle power has nothing, no big influence these days. What is the reason for that? Yeah, because of stringent laws, these criminals easily carry money to lower levels. Yeah, yeah, you are true. You are right. But what I'm saying is, do you think booth rigging, capture of election, capture of booths, dumping fake votes, is it all possible today? Yes, yes. Booth capturing, casting fake votes are not common anymore because of introduction of electronic voting machines. It is only because of that a lot of problems have been sorted out. So it is one generation of reforms, okay, where EVMs were introduced, ballot papers were slowly withdrawn away, because of which the integrity of election process has actually greatly increased. And another reason why muscle power I say is no longer relevant is because election commission installs CCTV cameras in most of the polling booths, at least the sensitive polling booths where there is a high chance of such kind of incidents happening. Election commission installs CCTV cameras, and in addition to that, today we have what is called as a photo electoral roll. Today, when you go to election booth, you can go and vote. When you go to the election booth, the officials, not VVPAT. VVPAT is not an issue at all. It is not VVPAT which has reduced muscle power. VVPAT has no role in reducing muscle power. VVPAT has been introduced to give more legitimacy to the election process. It is to give more acceptance in the minds of the voters about the election process. But earlier, see, when I was a sub collector, I went and saw the electoral rolls of 60s and 70s and 80s. You know, and how an electoral roll looks like. There are no photos because taking a photograph in 60s and 70s is so expensive. There is just a list of people, their name, their age. That's all, nothing more. Anybody can go there and they can say that I am so and so, and they can just cast their vote. That was why fake votes, illegal votes, everything could be cast earlier, but not today, because today you have what is called as a photo electoral roll. When you go to the polling booth, the polling officer will actually look at, he will verify whether you are the same person or not. Okay, that is the system today. So it is not possible to cast fake votes. CCTV cameras are there. In addition to that, EVMs have been introduced. So see, we are moving in the right direction. We are slowly moving to ensure better and better elections. And I think with time, money power will also be money power is not a big factor. Do you think DMK won only because of money power? Is that the reason why DMK was able to capture power? No, that is not the case. If money would have been the reason, BJP would be the successful party in India, right? They can just mobilize money just like that. But but that is not the issue. So yeah, we are in a very very good shape. Elections are really held in a very uh, transparent manner, and all the accusations that are leveled against elections, that EVMs are tampered with, EVMs are hacked, all those are rumors. Don't fall for those rumors. It's all. So Seaman keeps on saying that, no, in Tamil Nadu, Seaman is a political leader. He has a party which has come the third largest party in terms of vote share in the recent elections. So he keeps on emphasizing that we should switch back to ballot paper. We should switch back to ballot paper because EVMs are hacked. As of switching back to ballot paper will make his party win in the elections. Those are all excuses. But I'm surprised that people are starting to believe that. Once I was traveling in an auto in Chennai. So just to make some conversation, I just asked that auto driver, so elections are coming around the corner. Who are you going to vote for? I just asked him. And he said that, what is the purpose of voting, sir? Anyway, they are going to rig the voting machine. Very bad. It gave a very bad impression to me. Just because I have conducted elections and I know how officials and election commission, how integral the process is conducted. There are some flaws. I'll tell you what are those flaws also. But uh, public distrust on the EVMs is a very, very dangerous sign. It is a danger to democracy, because people should not lose trust on the integrity of the democratic process. So this is the opinion which people, not just auto drivers, even people in my own families also, they also believe that BJP is able to win this because of tampering with the machines. Okay. Yeah, in your homes also this narrative exists, because people are not aware of how carefully each and every step in terms of conducting elections is done. So it's very easy, you throw around these kind of opinions, you can influence people's minds. Okay. uh, so you also have to understand about something about this election process. So one topic we have discussed about lack of intra-party democracy. What are the causes for lack of intra-party democracy? What are the consequences of lack of intra-party democracy? So we will move on to the next part. What are the solutions? If this is the case, what what is the suggestion? What is the solution? Solutions have been offered. See, as a UPSC aspirant, we don't have to do any kind of a research. You don't have to go and make a research into all the existing election laws and come up with solutions. No, you can. You have to read the solutions given by various bodies. What are the bodies? Three bodies. One is Election Commission, Law Commissions of India. Various law commission at various points of time, they will make recommendations on changes to electoral laws. That is the purpose of law commission. Law commissions are constituted so as to study the existing laws and propose changes so that the laws become relevant with time. So the law commissions have in the past made studies of various electoral laws, and they have given suggestions on what all changes needs to be brought out. And there is another body which is called as National Commission for Review of the Working of the Constitution. Venkatachalaya Commission in 2000 or 2002, that came up with us 2002 came up with a set of recommendations on how to modify these electoral laws. So one area that these bodies found out was Representation of People's Act, Section 29A. Section 29A of RPA 1951, it says that any political party, if it has to be registered, it has to take an oath. What is an oath? It has to say that I believe in democracy. I subscribe to the ideals of democracy. I would protect the way and I would preserve, protect the ideas and values of Indian Constitution. It is only when they give that in writing, a political party can even be registered. Okay. So the bodies have suggested various changes. Yeah, of course, no to separatism and all those things. When you believe in the integrity of India, automatically it means no to separatism. So, Law Commission and National Commission for Review of Working of the Constitution, they have given some suggestions. What is that? The suggestions is that it's because of lack of intra-party democracy, the most vulnerable, marginalized group like SC, ST, women members, they are all not able to find any representation. So the bodies have suggested two different recommendations. One is there should be a periodic a meeting, a general meeting must be held of all the working committee members. Okay, the office bearers of that meeting. Timely and periodic general body meetings must be held of the office bearers, and minutes of the meeting must be recorded. Minutes of the meeting, that is minutes, that is who had raised voices against the leader and what was the answer given by the leader. All those minutes of the meeting must be properly maintained, and it must be sent to the election commission. Election commission must go through the minutes of the meeting. If it finds opposition voices being recorded as a minutes of the meeting, then it is satisfied. Election commission can be satisfied. Okay, there is some functional democracy in the political party. And election commission must also be given the power of deregistration of political parties. Currently in India, election commission does not have the power of deregistration of political parties. It can only register political party, it cannot deregister. Okay, deregistration of political party is also done for some other reasons also. The other reason why election commission, even in proposed electoral reforms, when you go through that, election commission has asked for the powers to deregister a political party. Why do you think a political party needs to be deregistered? Hmm? Sir, how even the ECI wants to be dependent on parliament for funds, still the election process is highly true, highly integral. If that is your question, I'll come to that. I'll explain to you with a diagram about the different election process, and I'll tell you how, why I believe in and trust in the sanctity of election process. I'll just come to that. My question is something different. My question is, why should election commission be given the power of deregistering? Right now only power of registration is available in the hands of election commission, but ECI is asking for the power of deregistration. Why? Yeah, if the party is dominant, then why should it even be continuing as a political party? That's a very true, very correct point. Do you know why people form political parties in India? Hmm? What are the different reasons? Do you think all political parties are formed to contest elections? To escape from police? Yeah, it's a status symbol. You know, having a flag flying in front of your vehicle. Definitely, that is a status symbol. They want to earn money to unite a caste. No, no, no. See, uniting a caste, they don't form a political party. It can be a caste group. Caste groups can be formed to contest elections, but people don't form parties to unite castes. No, parties are formed. Why do you unite a caste? To mobilize them politically for votes. So that is not the answer. To get power, of course, that is the correct answer, but that is not. I asked, what are the other reasons why people form political parties apart from capturing power? See, to propagate their ideas and all, that is actually for the purpose of capturing power. I'm saying, in addition to capturing power, what are the other reasons why, vested reasons why people form political parties? People form political parties to launder money, black money. Okay, that is also another important reason why political parties are actually formed. So let's say I have some money, I have some 100 crores in my with me, which I have earned through wrong means, smuggling, cocaine smuggling, heroin smuggling. Okay. Now I can, and when you go and file income tax will ask you what is the business that you're doing. I cannot say I got it. So even if you have 100 crores, even if I want to pay taxes, I want to pay 30% of that 100 crores as tax, so that I can have the remaining 70% as my money. I cannot do that easily, because the income tax department will ask for the source of the funds. You cannot say I got it on the road. Then government will take it away. It is not your property. You have to prove I have earned this money through a particular business. So you cannot say I earned it through agriculture. Then an income tax officer will ask you, how many acres of land do you have? Where did you practice agriculture? Where did you buy the seeds for that, for 100 to earn 100 crores? Probably you should have some, probably 1,000 acres or 1,000 hectares, something like that, right? So what is the proof of farming? Show me the fertilizer receipts. All the source of earning this money will be probed. So it is not possible in India to convert black money, unaccounted money, into white money easily. But forming a political party is the easiest way to convert black money to white money. Form a political party and show that you have received this entire 100 crores as contributions from a list of people. Everybody had contributed 20,000, 19,999 rupees. Because if it goes beyond 20,000 rupees, you have to declare who has contributed this. Their details have to be disclosed. But less than 20,000 rupees, no party needs to disclose. That is why all the political parties will show contributions as 19,999. Okay. So this is the main reason why political parties are formed. This is one reason. And the next reason is um, business. And one is to launder money. The other one is to not pay tax, to avoid taxation. So if I buy a house, okay, I buy a house and I register it in my name, I have 10 portions in that house. If I give it for rent, The money that I earn from that house will have to be disclosed as my income. Income from house property is liable for income tax. Okay. But what I'll do, I'll form a political party and I'll register all my 100 house in the name of the political party. Okay. If that is the case, the income earned from the house is not to be taxed. Income of political parties will not be taxed. So these are some of the reasons why people form political parties, and they are not formed to contest elections. So that is the reason why Election Commission has been asking amendments to Representation of People's Act, so that Section 29 can be amended to include new provision that gives power in the hands of Election Commission to deregister political parties. Okay, so if at all Election Commission is given the power to deregister political parties, in that larger context, you look at the recommendations of Law Commission. The Law Commission recommends, if intra-party democracy is not there, in that case, Election Commission must have the power of deregistering a political party. Okay, that is a recommendation of Law Commission. Another recommendation is that the very existence of intra-party democracy can be found out by looking at the office bearers, by looking at how many of office bearers are belonging to women, SCs, and STs. If the percentage of office bearers in the political party is equal to the percentage of SCs and ST members in the political party, it means that there is actual functional intra-party democracy. So this can also be used as a yardstick. These are all some of the recommendations given to improve intra-party democracy. Whether these recommendations are workable solutions or not, we don't have to care, because all we need is points to write in the examination. If it would have been so easily implementable or so easily workable, it might have already been there in the system. But Law Commission also, these are all theoretical bodies. They are not in the actual practical affairs. That is why many of these recommendations are actually not accepted by accepted in reality. Okay, but we don't have any better solutions. If you are able to write recommendations of Law Commission or National Commission for review of the working of the constitution, you will definitely be there getting the highest marks, because no other aspirants will be writing all those things, because they don't even know such things exist. That is the reality of UPSC examination. Okay, you can create advantage by looking at these theoretical solutions and coming up with some theoretical solutions. All right, so these are what about electoral bonds? I will discuss about it. That is that those are issues related to financing of political party. That is a different topic altogether. But before that, let me first give you an oversight about the election process, because you actually might not be knowing about the starting and the beginning of this process. So let me just teach you about that. Oh, sound is coming. Okay, just a minute. How is it now? Now do you have the sound? Do you have the same interference now? Okay, no. Is it fine for everybody? Can we proceed? Have interference? Do you have any sound coming? See, the problem is each one of you assume that the other one would have replied by now. But you should understand that everybody is in the same mindset. So because of which the replies don't come. So when I ask a question, you don't wait for others to give their answer. You better you give it. Okay? Now again sound between. Okay. How about now? Do you have the sound even now also? Sound? Is it still there? Is it now okay? Oh, still there. I think maybe because I switch on my electricity connection. How is it now? Is it still coming? Does it come when I talk now? Still the buzzing sound is there. How about now? Do you get that buzzing sound? Now, okay, okay, all right, fine, okay, okay, okay. So I'll explain it to you. As I told you, the first step starts with preparation of electoral roll. So if I would like to be registered as a voter, I go to the sub collector who's the electoral registration officer. I apply in a form. Maybe you would not have gone to him. He would have come to your house through the booth level officers. So many of you might have voted in first time in this recent elections. So did booth level officers, sorry, yeah, did BLOs, did they come, booth level officers, did they come to your home? Did they give a form? Did they get it collected from you? Collected from you? Yes or no? That process would have happened, right? So you would have registered yourself. You would have applied for registration, and you would have got yourself registered. So that is the first step. Yes, campaign. That is called as, that is not, no, no, no. That is not election campaign. No. That is a, that is a campaign that the government conducts, awareness campaign, so as to register more and more voters. That is not the election campaign. That is a registration campaign which the government does so as to register more voters. So first step is identifying who are the voters. Okay, once the voters are identified, they are all registered in the electoral roll. So you become eligible to cast vote for that particular constituency. Okay, accepted. And this process is an ongoing process. Okay, preparation of e-roll, electoral roll, it is a continuous ongoing process. As an IAS officer, your most important duty, if you will find out, as a sub collector or as a collector, your most important function around the year is regarding elections, adding more voters, deleting the existing list of voters, because some women might have been married and they would be migrating to other constituencies. Their names have to be deleted. Only then they can be added in the other constituency. So this is a constant exercise which goes on every year. New people will be becoming 18 years old of age. A very important role. So this is done because of your designation as an electoral registration officer. So ongoing process. Okay. And in addition to that, the preparation for conduct of elections. This also happens. So you can divide this into two phases. One is um, into two functions. One is with the function with respect to electronic voting machines. The other one is with respect to supervision of elections, election and election preparation, right? Two different functions happen. What are they? What is the function regarding EVMs? So for the purpose of EVMs, um, let's say there is one constituency. Shankar Academy is in Anna Nagar constituency. Okay, let's say Anna Nagar West. This is one constituency, and let's say Anna Nagar West has a population of 2 lakh voters. 2 lakh voters are registered in the constituency of Anna Nagar West. So one EVM machine, it can store the data of, for the purpose of convenience for the voters. So can I say that for entire 2 lakh voters, I will only create one polling booth? Is it possible to create only one polling booth, one machine only? All voters should come. 2 lakh voters should stand in a line and they should cast votes. No, it is not possible. Then election will go on for days and days. That is why to reach out to the voters, to make it easier for them to vote. Maybe in a constituency like Anna Nagar, a person, even 2 lakh voters can be asked to come to the same polling booth, because dense population, a person need not travel more than maximum of 5-6 kilometers. But in rural areas, in a places like Odisha, a person has to travel for 5 kilometers, 10 kilometers to even cast his vote. Long distance, and those are the areas where there are no connectivity. Here you get out, there will be a share auto and you can take it and you can go and cast your vote. No government buses, nothing is available in such kind of place. That is why election commission has decided that optimum level of voters per booth should cater to the demand of, let's say, 1,400 voters. Okay. So to cater to the demand of 2 lakh voters, probably you need to have around 150 polling booths, right? 150 polling booths must be created in the constituency of which has a population of 2 lakh voters. 150 polling booths means you have to have 150 electronic voting machines, correct? This is for one constituency. Tamil Nadu has 234 constituency. You multiply it. Each EVM has 3 units to it. Control unit, ballot unit, VVPAT, right? So you imagine the size and scale that is involved here. 150 EVMs into 234 constituencies. How much machines are required? Can you make an estimation? That is 150 EVMs, around 300, 350. I think it's something around 38, some 38,000 polling booths have to be created all across Tamil Nadu, right? 38,000 polling booths have to be created all across Tamil Nadu. It will have 38,000 EVMs. Each EVM has 3 units to it. So 1 lakh machines have to be made ready, right? Do you think Tamil Nadu will always have 38,000 EVMs? Not just 38,000. Some of them will go defunct. Some of them will not work. You have to have the spare capacity. Additional capacity of 20% is the mandated one. Do you think Tamil Nadu will have so many EVMs all the time here to conduct elections? We do not have so many EVMs all across the country. That is why we have to we have to get EVMs from other states also. Okay, so it's a very interesting process, a very huge exercise which actually happens. So once an estimate is made, 38,000 EVMs are required for Tamil Nadu. The chief electoral officer of Tamil Nadu will give a requisition to the other states where elections have just been completed. Maybe Rajasthan, elections are over, so EVMs are no longer required there. So from Rajasthan, it comes to Tamil Nadu, and Tamil Nadu, it is dispatched to each and every district. Okay, it now comes under the custody of district election officer, the collector. So in district, there is a place called as district strong room, a very, very secure place. Completely CCTV cameras will be inside. 24 hours recording will be done. The videos will be recorded and it will be maintained up to elections being over. Whoever comes and gets entry into the room will all be frisked. No gadgets are allowed into the room. Very secure way. The EVMs are mobilized and they are stored there. Actually, what happens in this district strong room? It is erasing of the memory, erasing the memory of EVM. This is the exercise that happens because EVM has 3 units to it. One is called as the ballot unit, other one is called as the control unit, and then VVPAT. Okay. So what is ballot unit? Ballot unit is just a switch, nothing more than that. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The list of voters will be there in the ballot unit. You will have their names, symbols, and there will be a blue color switch. When you press the switch, current goes from here to here. That's all. Electrical signal goes from ballot unit to control unit. In control unit, somebody has typed some questions. Okay. In control unit, what happens is an entry is made. If current goes from unit 1 to control unit, maybe in the memory of control unit, it will be registered as 1 count for this place. If current goes from 2 to here, it will be registered in the memory. Distinct memory is created for each and every switch. Okay. So you press once, this is switch number 1, this is the record for switch number 2, this is the record for switch number 3. It goes on. I don't know how computers software memory allocation works. I'm just giving you what I know about it. So each and every time you press a button, more and more count is added, correct? So first what you have to do is you have to erase all these memories. You have to make everything, you have to reset memories, make it all 0, correct? This is something that you have to do here. And in ballot unit, already there will be a ballot paper which will be fixed here. That is the ballot paper that is used in Rajasthan elections in that constituency. The list of candidates, all that will be here. So this ballot unit will be cleared. That ballot paper will be thrown into the dustbin. Everything will be made fresh. It's like a new EVM. The memory is cleared, ballot paper is thrown out. VVPAT also has a memory. What is this VVPAT? Voter verifiable paper audit trial. Do you know why was this VVPAT even introduced? Any idea? Last elections, VVPAT was not there. This elections, VVPAT machines are there. Why do you think VVPATs were introduced? Why do you think so? To ensure transparency, yes. Because there are so many allegations that I vote for one party, but everything is going to BJP. Okay, so that is the allegation. So it is to remove this fear in the minds of voters. The voter should be satisfied that what party he presses, it is the same party. Vote is also registered. He has to be satisfied with that, right? It is for that purpose VVPAT has been introduced. Okay, so so this is one level of transparency which has been introduced. So VVPAT is also based on, and do you know how VVPAT functions? It has a thermal mechanism. A special thermal paper is designed. So when I press for Congress here, the software is fed in such a way that if I press one, the hand of the Congress symbol, it comes on a piece of paper. Okay, so it is printed and the roll just falls down. The paper just tears and cuts off and it just falls down. It is all stored there. So this is a mechanism introduced. Don't you think that VVPAT also has a memory? Now that should also be registered, erased, right? It is this erasing process which happens first. So the entire set of EVM is made a complete new EVM. Okay, this is the first step with respect to electronic voting machines. So this process goes on. You have to do it for how many machines? 150 machines plus spare machines. All that it has to be done at the district level. First step. Next, what happens is election commission announces the date of elections. Announces. I mean, election commission ECI notifies election. Election Commission announces that we have a vacancy for Anna Nagar West constituency in the Tamil Nadu State Legislative Assembly. So, Election Commission announces elections to fill in those vacancies. Whoever are interested, come and file your nominations. Nomination filing window will be given. Maybe a 3-day window, 3 days time window will be given. Whoever is interested to contest elections, you can come and contest elections. File your nominations. So in nominations, you don't have to know what all data is captured. Just that you should know name, criminal antecedents, details of their wealth, movable and immovable property, all those data, and if at all any government dues is pending or not. Maybe he would not even have deposited his 5 years electricity dues, but he wants to become a MLA. Hmm? So all pending dues, no arrear certificates have to be produced. So all such data will be captured in the nomination paper. So they come and file the nomination papers. So once the nomination papers are filed, then a process called as scrutiny will happen. Scrutiny by the returning officer. The RO will go through the documents, and he will the RO will be first. He will check whether the data produced is all true or not, and the details of this candidate, all the data that he has furnished, will also be published by the RO. The RO will publish it on the notice board in front of his office, so people can come and look at it. So any data that is hidden, false data that is filed, definitely will be brought to the notice of the RO, because you have other candidates also contesting. They will all go through the data that is furnished. If they find that he is already having a case registered against him in that police station, but he is not revealing it, then the RO has the power. RO has an absolute power at that stage. He can even cancel the nomination of that candidate. A very extreme power. Even but no RO will use it unnecessarily. Very responsibly the power will be used. Even though the MLA might have come into a lot of trouble with you, you would have had a lot of problem with that MLA, but still, even if there are problems with his nomination papers, ROs, sub collectors, generally they will give it to him, ask him to once again rectify the mistakes and give it back. So this is the scrutiny process to find out the truth of the claims that he has filed in his affidavits when he had filed his nomination papers. So once the scrutiny is over, then the final list of candidates will be published. So now a final list will be published. It is only after a final list of the candidates is published, the ballot paper will be prepared. Serial number, name, symbol of the party will all be published, and it will be signed. I'll give my signature here. The list of all the candidates will be here. Okay. Once this final list of the candidates is published, then now we have work in EVM. We will once again go to EVMs and prepare the EVMs. What is the work? As I told you, the new ballot paper has to be fixed in the ballot machine. Now your engineers from electronic corporation, which the election commission will notify engineers, their details, who are they, from which organization they'll come from. They'll all come and they will be provided this list of ballot paper. Okay, they will come, they will look into the list, they will feed data, because control unit is like a computer. Okay, so if candidate number one, candidate number one, his name is so and so, this is this symbol. Okay, so the first candidate is actually a candidate of this particular party. Okay, second candidate is a candidate of this particular political party. His name, his details will be fed into this control unit. So this is what is called as commissioning of EVMs. So do you know whatever allegations that are put against the integrity of election process is with respect to this stage only? This is the only stage where a EVM machine can be fed a software, where a EVM machine can actually be tampered with. But we don't have any other solutions. And I'll tell you how carefully this process is done. Once the software is fed, this software is first of all fed before political party representatives. When EVMs are commissioned, all political parties, independents, whoever is contesting in that elections will be notified by the sub-collector that I am going to start my commissioning work from tomorrow. Your party agents can be present on the spot and they can test the machines. Okay, so once this commissioning is done, now what will happen is the political agents will come and they will test. They will come and cast vote. They will press number one candidate. They will see whether the vote is going properly or not. And after that, they will press the result button at the end. And they will see whether the results is all displayed properly or not. So it is only after they are certified, after they are satisfied, they give their signature on the machine. Yes, I am satisfied. They give the signature. After this, this machine is taken to the strong room. And you know what? The machines, when they are transported from the commissioning room, let's say this is a commissioning room. It's a big exercise. Commissioning, you will have at least 500 people working there on that day. 500 government officials with a single-minded objective of proper commissioning. There's a lot of process involved which you don't have to know. So this is the district strong room where the machines are stored. This is empty machines. From this door to this door, the entire passage is sealed. Nobody can come in, nobody can go out. It is already guarded by policemen. The entire stretch is guarded by policemen, so that nothing comes out of the, whatever comes out of the strong room has to go only to this room. From here, the exit, it has to go and it will have to be stored in some place. Even here to here, the entire path is CCTV camera monitored. Police security cover is there. Look at the security that is given for this EVM. That is, once the machine is commissioned, it will be taken out, taken in, and it will be stored in a separate room. This is also 24/7 CCTV camera monitored. This door, once all the machines are fed and once all the machines are commissioned and it is sealed, the door will be shut. It will be sealed. It will be sealed in the presence of political party members. All of them will give they will have their own respective seal. We will tie a cloth over the lock. They will all fix their seals, so that when they come back, they are assured that the seal has never been opened. Okay, the next day when the machine will be opened is on the day of elections, one day before elections, on the day of dispatch. It will be taken out. Similarly, similar security arrangements will be made, and the machines will all, on the day of dispatch, the machines will, you will have the polling parties. Each polling booth will have 3 polling officers and 1 presiding officer. 4 government officers will be there, probably teachers will be there. On the day of dispatch, EVMs will be safely brought back, and the 4 teachers will come. The 4 teachers will come together. 4 officers will come. They will be given this EVM machine, and one policeman will be attached to this polling party. All of them will be loaded onto a vehicle, and the vehicle will directly, it will go to the polling booth. One day before, they will go there. They will sit there along with the EVMs. They will safeguard the EVMs, spend the day there. Next day, they will conduct elections. So do you think there is any other chance where the EVMs can actually be tampered with? Hmm? So this is the due care and attention that is actually taken to ensure no slightest doubts is cast on the integrity. So where that integrity question comes is in this place. When the machine is commissioned, what about that software? Maybe the software is programmed in such a way that on the day of elections, some manipulation, the software will automatically register all the votes only in favor of BJP. That is the doubt that people have. So that is why what we do is, even on the day of elections, mock poll is conducted. Mock poll is the first thing in the morning is we don't start directly with the elections. Mock polls. And do you know, on the day of elections, political parties can even send their own political party agents to the polling booth. Do you know that? If you have cast vote, did you see those political agents also sitting there in the polling booth? All the political parties, they will be sending polling agents. So those polling agents, they are the ones who will do the first polling in the morning. First thing in the morning, political agents will come. They will do all this mock poll. They will cast votes, to 20 votes, 30 votes, 40 votes for each party. They will check if the result is satisfactory. If they find that, okay, let me do one more mock poll. Okay, let them do one more mock poll till they are satisfied that we have no doubt about the integrity of the process. The mock poll will keep on happening. Once they are satisfied, after that, the machine will be sealed. The political agents will give their signatures. I am satisfied. There can be no error here. The machine is giving the proper outcomes. After that, people will start coming and cast their votes. Okay. This is the theoretical way in which things are done. So there is no way EVMs can be hacked or it can be tampered. But I'll tell you what all actual problems happen, in what all ways the sanctity of elections gets affected, because it is a exercise that is involving thousands of manpower, 150 polling booths, 5 members per polling booth, and even when the machines are being collected, there will be another group of 200 government staffs who will be working there so as to come and collect the machines. So it's a huge exercise. So there is always a room for error if human beings are involved in a work, right? I'll tell you later, after maybe in the next class, where the problems come. So this is with respect to preparation of EVMs, sending of EVMs, using it on the day of the poll, returning it back to the polling the district strong room. Okay, this is happening at the same time. Once the final list of candidates is prepared, then election campaign period starts. Campaign period, maybe 1 week or 3 days or 5 days. This will be the campaign period where political parties can reach out to the people. They can put forward their manifesto. They can make use of the time that is allotted to them. They have to first get the permission of the returning officer to go on a rally, to use mic and speakers so as to not disturb the public. So, and so returning officer will give them the permission that yes, you can do, you can hold rallies, you can conduct meetings, you can announce your party's ideology, all these things. And the campaign will go on. 48 hours before the poll, campaign period comes to an end. After that, no more campaign, no more disturbing, nothing. Then actual polling. Once polling is over, it will be brought in, and the date of counting results will be decided. As you all know, our elections got over long back, but we were waiting for West Bengal elections to also get over, because otherwise, if BJP loses here, it can even influence the outcome of West Bengal elections. That is why we have to wait until many elections get over. At the same day, results will be counted, and you don't have to go know about all the process of counting and all. Results will be counted, and finally, the party which secures the in each constituency, whichever candidate secures the highest number of votes will be declared as the winner. That candidate will be returned back by the returning officer. Returning officer will sign. It's a sub collector, the returning officer, who will sign a letter saying that you are appointed, you are returned as a MLA. He has to take that letter to the legislature. He has to submit it in the legislature. Only then he will be made to become a member of legislative assembly. All right. This is the different process which is involved during the time of during elections. So one issue regarding political parties we have discussed today. Other issues regarding criminalization of politics, decriminalization of politics, other issues regarding finance related issues in elections, all that we will discuss tomorrow. Okay. After locking, can anyone cast fake votes? No, 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 no. As I told you, once the before the election, before the machines are dispatched, CRPF will come and they will stay there. State police will not even be allowed near EVMs. It's from then onwards, it is completely CRPF control. CRPF will be there. EVM machines will be brought from the place of polling. They will be taken into the room. They will be stored there until the results are counted. Till then, the room will be completely sealed. CCTV cameras, complete surveillance, and it will be sealed in the presence of political parties. Political parties will also keep their seal there, so that the room will never be opened until the day of counting. It cannot be opened unless for extraordinary circumstances. For that, even the returning officer or the district officer cannot give permission. Election Commission of India must give a permission to open a room where the EVMs are stored after the voting process is over. Okay, at the district level and all, nobody has control after that. Why? Maybe what if flooding starts happening? Maybe the machines have to be safeguarded. If that is the case, anyway, even before that, the room is decided for its fireproof nature. The room is, in fact, the machines are stored in rooms where all electric wiring is removed, so that no spark can actually accidentally happen. If there is any window, all the windows will be cement will be put, bricks will be put, windows will be closed. It is a airtight, light tight. Lights cannot also penetrate. You have to use torch lights and such lights to get into the room, so that no electricity is actually used in that room. Rainproof. The PWD engineer will come and he will inspect the building and he will give a certificate that water cannot penetrate inside. So it is after all these checks, the room is chosen and it is used for such purposes. So in case of any emergency, if at all the machines have to be evacuated, it is only on those grounds. And in fact, you should also know something else. When the machines are submitted, right? When the machines are once again submitted, all the lithium ion batteries are taken out. They are taken out and they are stored, so that lithium ion batteries also would not cause any spark or any such things. So much of care is taken so as to ensure this election process is done in a proper way. So that's why EVM, that strong room, should not be opened at all. So that is the kind of safeguarding that actually happens, so as to ensure the what do you say, the veracity of elections, the integrity of elections is not vitiated. Okay, that is the attention and care that goes into this process. So that's all. We'll stop here. We'll continue. We have two more sessions. I'll try to complete elections and one more topic on tribunals. So that is the two more sessions that we will have. Okay. I will not be taking anything about state legislature or high courts and all. You can learn it yourself. State legislatures, you can have you gone through the chapter on state legislature? Do you even think a separate class is required for state legislatures? Hmm? Have you seen that? Have you gone through the chapter in Lakshmikant? It is very similar to Parliament. If you know Parliament properly, you will be able to compare and contrast, and you will be able to learn the chapter on state legislatures. Okay, so if at all you have time, if at all we have time, I'll try to take something about lower judiciary, but I have only two classes more remaining. Within two classes, I'll have to finish elections and also tribunals, quasi-judicial bodies, and regulatory authorities. Comparison of Indian constitutional scheme, Satyapal will take a separate class for you. I don't know whether it is already over or not. If it is not over, he will take a class. I will not be dealing with that part of mains topic. Okay. So that's all. We'll conclude here. As a leader of political party, he might have known all things about this procedure. Then why Seaman keeping on complaining? It creates a trust deficit. Very true, very true. See, that is what, that is, there is a saying, okay. வெறும் கரண்டி வச்சிருக்கிறவன் எப்படி வேணாலும் சொல்லட்டுறான், கரண்டியில எண்ணெய் வச்சிருக்கிறவன் பார்த்து சொல்லட்டணும். Have you heard of this? Have you heard of this saying? If you have oil in your spoon that you have in your hand, you have to be very careful about moving your hand, right? But if you have an empty spoon, you can just rotate it like this anyway. So Seaman has no stakes, okay, no responsibility, less, because he has nothing to lose. So while on the பேசலாம். But somebody who is in authority, who is in government, he has to speak only in a very careful manner. That is why the government or the election commission cannot go and give replies to whatever allegations such kind of people are leveling against ECI or the EVMs. Correct. So that is the reason. Yeah, people are, so a lot of trust deficit, of course, is created. So what does the term ward refers to? Ward is the smallest unit for municipal elections. Your one councillor represents one ward. That is the idea. Okay. Similarly, in panchayat election also, if let's say there are 10 members in a gram panchayat, for choosing the 10 members, the entire gram panchayat area is divided into 10 different wards. So ward is the smallest unit of representation in local self-governing bodies. Okay. Okay, we'll stop here. Thank you.